So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's qualifier race number 3 in September 2025. And yes, this is not Emma. It's me, it's Matt Payne. I'm back from my travels around the UCI World Mountain Bike Championships in Switzerland, and I made it back into the studio. Emma, it's great to be back. I've loved watching the racing. It was really good to see another of the UCI disciplines, cycling esports, whilst I was watching the mountain bike. It made a really nice break. I love the shows.
I love the fact that you were tuning into the Sunday Race Club, and welcome back, Matt. You weren't in outer space. There's a song about that somewhere.
No, I wasn't.
We're in Australia today, and I tell you something, this is a great course. We're going to love this. This is Wollongong, but not as we know it. This is the other way around. 37.1 kilometres of racing, 506 metres of climbing for the women today. They come out of the start pen, and as you will know from Wollongong City, it is not at all flat. It's constantly changing. It's bumpy. It's lumpy. And the Wollongong climb is the key focus, but we're going up it the other way round. So we're going up what has been traditionally the descent. So it's still a 1.7 kilometre climb. It's got an average gradient of 5.4%. But you've got the longer run into it, which is uphill. So the first climbing checkpoint comes at 4.8 kilometres. And, well, doing it once isn't enough. We've got to do it twice. The second one comes at 21.4. There are 3 sprint checkpoints as well, but you've got to get over the first climb in the leading group because, of course, the climb checkpoints and the sprint checkpoints are first across the line. So those 3 sprint checkpoints, 9.8k, 15.7k and 34k, because we dip into the aquarium sprint checkpoint and then climb out of it before that finish line. And from that aquarium sprint checkpoint to the finish line, it's a 3.1k run.
So key moments, really quick, early climb, going to need to be really warmed up and ready to go when you hit that. Second time round, going to be another decisive point. As Emma says, you've got to make sure that the top of that summit is almost like your race finish each and every time. Then down into that checkpoint, which to some degree may be superfluous in terms of riders going for the overall. However, if you're going for that stage finish, you're still going to need to be in the front group. So maybe something you can pick up along the way. And then, of course, running into our finish. 6 race starts, as always, in our women's and men's races. All of those race starts staggered. We start with Category 6. We set our Category 1 riders off last. Category 6 are down in the pens, and they're all waiting ready to go. Now, because this is our last qualifier, it's the last of our races in September that doesn't include the team competition. So we will be seeing whether the teams have their minimum quota of 3, and that's the big critical number. 3 is that magic number. 14 qualification next week. So the Kitty Hawk Racing Squads and Level Phoenix, our regular teams in Category 6, will need their 3 requisite riders, the minimum, to score, and it's those 3 riders times added together.
I tell you, Category 6 is small and bijou today in Qualifier 3. 22 riders on the start sheets today. But Monica Hadjuk is here. She took 2nd place last week. Maria Zabala is here. Katia Yaskalainen, she took 3rd last week. Gabriella Penz is here. Daniela Londano took 4th last week. She's here. Ange Quapp, she's always strong, particularly at the start of the race. Adriana Barco, Rachel Hooker, Susanna Lopez, all in the pen.
So our riders ready to go. It's time to go racing here in Australia in Wollongong on the reverse of the circuit, plus a little bit more. It's basically a brand new course, let's face it. Although the surroundings may be familiar, they're all going to be taken in a different order, although you may recognise some of the roads and routes from the MyWhoosh Championship. And we have approached the Wollongong climb this direction a number on that, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see.
I think you're confusing the outer loop course.
But it uses the Wollongong climb in this direction.
It uses the outer loop climb.
No, we've gone up this climb this way.
Yeah, in the men's race. Whilst the normal proceedings are back underway here in the studio, Category 6 are up and out of the start pen. And away they go. Barco, Tan, Pence, Limbaga, all pushing on.
Well, we can just see Adriana Barker in the middle of the bunch in here, in the middle of the group in avatar form, in person on the left-hand side of your screen, nice and bright there. And the fan rolling to keep warm on the way through. And at the moment, interesting to see this group already starting to shed riders with the speed of the riders leaving the start pens here. So at the moment, that group starting to stretch out. So let's have a look at that front group still there. Riders behind, just chasing back in. Quap, Pens, Barco, Tan, all in here. So let's have a little bit of a check. They're all back together again, almost at the moment. Let's have a little look and see what has happened. Yep, they're all coming back together again. I suspect, with the exception of maybe one rider, you just got to keep that chase going. And a fast start on this course is, I'm not sure you need to do that, because you get straight into this first lump here.
It is. You come in, we're at the 1 kilometre marker and you can see the climb ahead. So it is literally a flat 1K straight into the first bump in Wollongong. And you can see the large group at the front, then 2 riders just distanced off the group. But Kirchner is leading them out with Barco and Pence. Quap is there. So is Hamilton and Viber, but up and over the bridge, and you can see, look at that, 9% is really short, it's really sharp, and it really kicks, and the riders have to push here. The fast pace coming out of the pen led them into the base of the climb well, but we're in with Jacqueline Kirchner at the moment, and you can see having to get up and out of the saddle and punch up that climb. She's in that group of 3 at the front with Musa Al-Mansouri and Angelica Limbaga. Great start, great racing here, and on the descent on the other side. The stretch now even longer on the group, and definitely the first selection done. The riders behind now at 1 second, having to push on the descent to get back in the wheels.
And this flyover, the Vink flyover, as it's known, being taken in that opposite direction to the traditional route. So rise, then down around that spiral and back in once again. At the moment, certainly looking like the roll around the section and down has split the groups. The riders at the moment up and out and away from those pens. 3 minutes of racing already underneath the wheels. The group separated by 5 minutes on their start time. Remember, category 6 is our standard race group. We move up to 5, then 4, 3, 2, then into category 1, which are the elite riders. All of the riders in their pen case, and all joined together on MyWhoosh here in Australia.
Well, if you take a look on the top right-hand corner of your screen, you can see the foothills of the Wollongong climb. They start really early. The main climb itself, the segment, starts at 3.1K. We're a kilometre out, but you can see it's a slow climb all the way pretty much now into that section. Jessica Hamilton, the rider who normally takes the sprint competition, she didn't last week because a little bit like this week, the sprints come after the climbs.
Well, as the riders go into climb number 1 in category 6, category 5 are on their way to a race start, and they're lining up in those pens. The Aeronova squad with Cycling District 5 and the WES 5 squad here. The Aeronova squad, they have 3 riders in already: Nasama Johnson, Brooke Samuel, and Hannah Hermansen. And if that's the squad they're going to take onwards into our finals, that's a strong squad already. We're going to see if they can perform as they move up through into our finals. Remember, next week that team competition comes into play, but this is our final chance to qualify. You need 2 qualifying rides to be part of a team in the finals. It's time to go racing in category 5 here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in September.
So out of the pen go category 5. The push is on the front to bring the pack up to pace as they swing out into Wollongong City here in Australia. Yes, you can jump on board and jump on to the Australia world and ride these roads. Now, it's really interesting today because category 5 and category 6 are our light categories today in terms of numbers of riders. 22 riders in category 6, 28 riders in category 5. We've got 190 riders, however, on the start sheets today in the women's race. It's been really interesting because this month, September, we've not had less than 190 women on the start sheets. We peaked at 199. Can the finals next week take us over 200? Well, Brooke Samuel, I can guarantee you, will be there. She is one of our ever-present riders, and it is fabulous to see her here, and she's always got a window into the pain cave, as well as watching her racing, which is brilliant. So if you, like Brooke, want to jump on board and send us the video feed as well, all the instructions come out with the email. Please do join. Now, let's go back, shall we, to the start sheets. Now, Guiney is here, Bremner, Gentili, Ermolova, Giraldo. Montoya has come up from Category 6. Congratulations, well done on that win last week. And in Category 5, it was Maria Wilhelm who took first place. Amy Young took second. Brooke Samuel took third. Katie Bago took fourth. And Claudia Gentili took fifth.
The riders who've been racing strongly all the way through this month, Emma, they're out there. Of course, there's the prize money each and every week, which is really, really critical. But also, it's about that performance and that training effect that builds as we go through the month. And then you've got that extra pressure coming in as you come in towards the team competition as well. We know Jacqueline Almeida is a super strong rider, and she's going to be in that mix. And Almeida with another great view into pain cave. I love to see the fact that the bikes are in the background. You've got the mechanics stand in there as well, just ready to sort the bikes out as well. I always like it when there's a little bit of fettling equipment in the background.
Well, you've got to look after your machines.
Indeed. I need to
or
go.
You've got to have somebody else who can look after your machines.
I need to go have do some TLC on my bikes. I have to admit, yeah, I do.
Well, there we go. Have you been riding much recently with all the work you've been doing?
No, that's why I need to give them some TLC, because at the moment I think the sealant's dried up, the tyres have gone flat, and I think everything's covered in a layer of building dust from the studio. So,
well,
yes,
Maria Wilhelm, Bridget Bremner, and Helia Santos don't have that issue. They're on their bikes at the moment, right in the middle of this pack. The Category 5 group have gone up and over that first little flyover. Call it a little flyover. It's a real stinging tail flyover. We've got one rider distance off the back, but Young, Gavaria Ares, Gentili, Lou, Wilhelm, all in the group. Katie Bago is here as well, and Bago has been having some really great rides recently. Always great to see her in the mix. She took a top 5 last week, and that was good to see. On that Dragon's Nest course, where those climbs, it's a short, sharp climb on the Dragon's Nest course in Japan. Very similar-ish to the short, sharp climbs we have today.
It is, and I think the climb today, because we have that steep slope, and we don't have that double step that we've had in the previous direction when we've gone the other way round, that step is not really the same. And then you've got the tiny little double summit. So we don't have the big early step. It's not a 2-stage climb. It's a 1-stage climb with the double summit at the top.
Oh, I like that. That's
the double
a good
summit,
definition.
The double summit gives you the dip and the rise. It does change the way the racing is going to play out. And it's going to be really interesting to see. And one of the things we always see is when we go on to a new course, it's usually the second time when we get those faster times coming in, because people don't know how much they need to save in each race category. Might go back to that point.
Yeah, let's come back to that.
Because this is a Category 4 that we're having a look at, because they are down in the start pens already. The Pedal Queens and Wes 4 already getting 3 riders into the teams of Louisa Schultz, Nina Dowling and Tanya Howeiler for the Pedal Queens from Germany, Australia. The riders, Australia for Dowling, Schultz and Howeiler from Germany. The Wes 4 squad, well, we've got Machado de Pavia, Tonkinson and Mongeli from Brazil, the UK and Italy respectively. So that's just within the 2 teams. So a real international mix of riders all around the globe jumping on board MyWhoosh for the Sunday Race Club. We're in with Jermaine Prado at the moment, waiting for race start. It's time to go. It's time to head out onto those roads. Remember, we are in with Category 4. We've got Category 5 and Category 6 just up the road.
Well, Category 5, 36 riders on the start sheet. It ties with the biggest number with Category 3. They've both got 36 riders today. Now, last week, it was Diana Corrales who took the win. She's on the start sheets today. It was Veronica Cisioka, who took second. Camilla Pamplona took third. She is also on the start sheets. Now, Kawazuska, who took fourth, isn't, choosing not to race today. Tanya Howeiler, who took fifth, part and parcel of that Pedal Queens squad. She too is here. They're joined by Roja, Tijeros, Atahualpa, Salgado, Alzat, Goodall, Prado, as you've mentioned, Krasova, Takanas, Harmarson, Natalia Idzik, who's been doing a great job up in Category 4, really contending for the sprint competition.
And it's going to be very interesting because, of course, the sprints are across the line rather than the segment. It does mean you've got to get over the climb in that front group to be in with a chance of the sprints. One rider who it's always great to say good morning to is Seba Alright, who is already pedaling smoothly, smiling as always when we jump into that pain cave, and nicely tucked into this group. One of the real competitive riders, Seba, and a rider who I think this course could really suit because it's Seba seems to be good with a mix of terrains. It's good when you've got the climbs, you've got the sprints, you've got a bit of everything. And we're going to see that. We're going to jump straight across to Category 6, though, because already we're seeing the riders coming up to the top of the climb. Daniela Londano here with the gap. Looks like she's going to take away the first points in the Queen of the Mountains competition here, with Zabala and Yaskalainen, Kirchner and Tan collecting points. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points.
Well, it is, and Daniela Londano goes underneath the banner in 1. Maria Zabala goes underneath the banner in 2. 7 seconds separating Londano from the chase group behind. 3 riders in that chase group, and highly likely, I think, that we're going to start to see them come back together. In fact, we may well see the top 5 come back together in Category 6. Cadence Tan just coming through there. The polka dot skin suit dropping onto Daniela Londano's shoulders. As you can see, the rest of the riders now on the descent, and I think they will start to bridge that gap. In fact, they already have. It was at 10 seconds at one point. It's now 1 to 2 seconds.
So Tam with the work to do to get in with that leading group of 4 that you can see on your screen, being led by Daniela Londano, the first of our riders to collect mountain points. As we drop into, well, we have a commentary studio or 2 here. Well, at the moment we are into the artist studio. That is the artist Alexandra Knowles. Knowles in action. You can see ensconced within the canvases, the oils.
Yes.
Is Alexandra Knowles on the bike, on the pain cave. That's got to be 2 passions mixed together, and I'm loving the jersey as well.
The jersey is absolutely stunning, and it is always great to get a window into our riders' worlds. And
matching casquette too.
Well, and always Alexandra Knowles' world, you see it on the screen. You really do. You see her passions, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. Well, Knowles right at the front here because she's a strong climber, and they're starting to go onto the base of the foothills of the Wollongong climb in Category 4, and you can see this time round no riders shed from the group so far. So all the Category 4 pack rolling and rolling strongly. Latrigla is there, Prado, Stenman, Salgado is the rider we're in with. It's her numbers that you can see on the screen up there in that white box, and you can see heart rate, power, and Salgado's power is in green, indicating she's nicely tucked in the draft. 86 revs per minute.
Well, we're going to leave Salgado in Category 4 and jump across to Category 3, because Category 3 is our next set of riders to go. We have got quite a number of teams in here. The Quad Collective are putting 5 riders onto our start line. Essler, Bergin, Ramett, Prost and Briggs. The Riot 3 squad in Category 3. So the Riot team here in Category 3. 5 riders also. Russell, Bullalara, along with McKay, Real and Lucas. And they've already got those numbers packed in. 5 is the maximum number of riders you can have in a team when it comes to our finals. So getting sorted early is a great move. Because that security going into the finals. Who's going to be secure with a race win? Coming off the back of Qualifier 3 in Category 3, well, we are up and away. We're in with Heather Shanks, the Scottish rider with the Saltaire flag there, the white diagonal crosses on the lines across the blue background, the indication rider from Scotland, of course. If she was riding in the World Championship, she'd be riding for
Great Britain,
the GBR squad.
Yes, she would do indeed. You never know. You may well see her on the start line of the World Championship semi-finals on the 3rd of October. Well, Brooke Samuel on your screen yet again. We'll go back to Category 3 very shortly, but at the moment, Brooke Samuel, part and parcel of the leading group in Category 5 that are about to go underneath the polka dot banner at the top of the Wollongong climb for the first time. Samuel has been riding really, really strongly. Gentili, Samuel, Becerra, Young, Smithson, all in that leading group. And Amy Young is in there too, and Katie Bago. 6 riders going underneath that banner very, very quickly all together.
So let's bring you the point scorers in Category 5. It is Claudia Gentili with 5 points, Brooke Samuel with 4, Natalie Becerra with 3, Amy Young with 2, and Liz Smithson with 1 point in Category 5. In Category 6, it was Daniela Lodano who took the 5 points from Maria Jose Zabala with 4, then Jaskalainen with 3, Kirchner with 2, and Tan with 1 point.
Yeah, was indeed. And really good to see, though, because this group of Category 5 riders looking really strong at the top and not much of a gap to a huge group. Well, Category 3 now coming out of the pen and up towards the first little bump of the day, the Vink flyover, where historically he used to put in superb attacks to win the race. Well, Heather Shanks on your screen at the moment, the rider from Scotland, part and parcel of the FCC Chainwright squad. She took 4th place last week. It was a great ride. It really, really was a great race. Kasani took 1st, McLeod took 2nd, Briggs took 3rd, Shanks took 4th, and Bergin took 5th. So a great top 5 and really lining up for a fabulous team competition in Category 3 next week. Now, 36 riders on the start sheets in Category 3, and the quality of these riders, absolutely superb. Charlotte Lucas rides strong, Hadlock, Embring, Lytton, Manfron, Daniels, Van Rossum, Restrepo, Walkenhurst, Bennett, Johnson, all in here. Vochakova in here as well. Gina Van Rossum on our screens at the moment. Good to see her here.
It certainly is another view into the pain cave here for Gina Van Rossum, one of those riders. Emma was just mentioning one of the key players, I suspect, when we come in to today's time and into today's finish. And it's, of course, I think that she's going to suit Gina here today. Another rider who's great on the climbs and great in the Moyen Mountain.
Yes, she is. Do you know what she does for a living?
Go on.
She's an academic skills lecturer at a university.
Wow.
Well, these little windows into worlds of athletes.
Indeed, because behind each and every one of our avatars is a real person riding on the bike, a person who is putting in that effort, putting in the watts that's being measured. 2 power sources required, and you can see at the moment Barabillawara in here, and you can just see at the moment just nice pedal rhythm. So you can see top right-hand side of the screen. See the white bar across the middle? Top of the screen, well, that is where the revs are displayed. It is 86 at the moment. Nice smooth pedaling rhythm there, just on the tops there, looking nice and relaxed as well. Really, really key, I think, at the early stages, not to be too tense in your body, because you're just burning energy that you don't need to.
And energy management is really key here, because these really are short, sharp climbs, and some of the power that is possible and put out by these women, absolutely phenomenal. And you need to keep your energy for those moments in the race where you need it. And Bulwara sat nicely in the pack. You can see she's riding zone 2 because that's on the top right-hand corner of the screen. You can see as we drop in with Category 4, who are on the final stages of the climb. No zone 2 for Doreen Chu at the moment, the rider up and out the saddle on her bike on the corner of your screen. She's at zone 6, digging in deeply, trying to stay with that leading group, and she's doing a great job.
It's really good to see our riders when they're having to really, really push it. The rider from Singapore, they're out of the saddle, kicking on the way up. But this is, remember, a double step summit. And at the moment, they are on that run towards the polka dot banner. That's the marker of where the checkpoint is out on course. That checkpoint, the key place. And look at this, Tanya Holweiler is trying to drive in with this group. You can just see the momentum, the drive, the run up to the top here, sucking in that oxygen. She's going to go through with the leading group, and that's going to be really key, because this is a huge group of riders. They're led through by Yao.
They are indeed, and Carmen Yao leading it through in Category 4. She takes the polka dot skin suit, but it's a big group actually in contention, and they will all come back together again on the descent. So Yao goes through in 1, Manchando de Pavia goes through in 2, Elos, Chu, Salgado, Prado, Holweiler, Corrales, Holmarsen, Stenman, Frias, and Pamplona. 12 riders still in contention at the top of that climb. Nina Dowling and Lisa Schultz, well, they are about another 5 or 6 seconds back off that group. And you can tell on the top right-hand corner of your screen, look at the stretch on that Category 4 pack. Keep your eyes on that screen right on that top right-hand side, because it'll tell you how many of that group do make it into the leading pack.
Well, the descent down here incredibly quick, isn't it? I mean, you can see the speed 69, 70k an hour. You're going to go into that rise. We go back into Category 3 there, onto the slopes now of the climb of Wollongong here, heading for that checkpoint. Julian Montgomery on your screens on the left-hand side, sat down, tapping out the rhythm at the moment. Again, 85, 86 revs per minute, gets out of the saddle. You just see it hitting 80 at the moment. So dancing on the pedals rather than forcing the pedals around. Lower revs, just keeping that momentum as the gradient bikes 10% at this stage.
Look how wide across the road that Category 3 pack is, though. I said, the racing in Category 3 is so close. It's just phenomenal. It's really, really great. Phenomenal's been my word of the week, actually. But Bergin right at the front here, she's driving on. McKay, Walkenhurst, Bowman's all in here. Heather Shanks is strong as well. But we are on the ascent here. You can see we're nearly midway up the climb. And the pack is right the way across the road. The quality and the match of ability in this group. Jen Reel is here, Anna Embring, Bulwara, Antonola is here, Hadlock is here. It is just brilliant to see.
It's a huge field. It's so closely matched, isn't it?
The racing is so hard.
And it makes it harder, but that's what propels people on as well. And that's what I absolutely love about the Sunday Race Club, because we've got 6 race categories, because the categories are designed and are selected to give that close racing. It really makes it pushes people on.
Yeah, and the number of people who have said to me, do you know what? Racing the Sunday Race Club most weekends, I'm the fittest I have ever been.
And we're not just talking about people who are maybe new to the bike.
No.
That's happening, but also just really experienced cyclists as well.
Absolutely. It really is. And Angel Hadlock, one of those experienced cyclists on our screen at the moment. She's just off the back of the group. She has progressed from Category 4 into Category 3. And it's really great to see her here in the mix. And she deserves to be here. And she's quite capable of closing down the gap as we watch her do it onto the back of the group. She's going to stay there, She's got grit. She's got determination. She's got focus. All the things you need to be a great cyclist.
So Hadlock at the moment out of the saddle, moving on strongly here. He gets into the group, and a rider who knows how and when to expend energy. Great rider on the road as well, but at the moment just making a way onto the back of this pack at the right time, coming up to the summit, the first summit of 2 summits. It's a twin-peaked summit as they go up and over the top. Yeah, dodgy 2000s TV show. As they make their way up onto the top here, you can just see top right hand side of your screen that red line indicating the course profile, moving across from right to left. Through that yellow vertical line indicates the rider's position. The gradient at the moment 12.5%, so really biting into the legs. The turbo trainer replicating this climb and making the riders work that bit harder for that momentum for that drivers to go over the top, though. Walkenhorst with a big sprint over the top, going to carry that momentum down. And for me, this is really key in terms of taking the points. If you drive over the top there and continue through, you've got a good chance, but it depends on the pack behind and how much momentum they carry. You can see the group, they're coming behind. They're going to get it. Are they going to get it? It's going to be close at the top. Are the points going to go to Walkenhurst? This is going to be so close. Walkenhurst, I think, is just going to hang on to take 5 points. It's going to be 4 points for Horner. I think McKay's going to take 3 as they go sprinting in through the line. And the riders there making the way in and through as Category 2 are in and ready to go on that start line, our penultimate race category in qualifier race number 3.
Well, away go Category 2, up and out of the start pen. 34 riders on the start sheets today in Category 2. A number of teams, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams on the start line. Part and parcel of putting those squads together for the final next week. And we're going to take a little look.
So the team's already with 3 riders in the mix. You can see the core squad: Gonzalez, Rua, Kuma, and Giovanni. Really strong squad there. Right 2 with Wiseman, Nyquist, Race, and Sanchez. And the Watt team: Hakkinen, Roach, and Vittori. They've already got the at least 3 riders. In fact, the Riot squad with 4. But we'll be very interested to see how many of these riders get allocated into teams and how strong those teams are when we go to our finals next week.
Well, talking about riders, 34 riders on the start sheets. Kolkowitz and Engstrom, the 2 riders 1 and 2 last week, going up to category 1 this week. So Cornelia Engstrom and Carolina Kolkowitz progressing back to category 1. They are right on that border. Emily Nyquist in the mix here, doing a phenomenal job in category 2 since she's come up from category 3. Always great to see her on the bike, and she's always in the mix. She really is. Kasani, Nielsen, London, Otto, all there as well. Now, Tennille Otto took the sprint last week. We had Kolkowitz, Engstrom, Wiseman, Giovanni, and Sopas in the top 5. Asulia Kasani has come up from category 3 into category 2 this week. She should go well. It's going to be interesting to see how she slots into the mix. We've got a couple of new riders with interesting backgrounds. Kimberly Hoekstra is here. She's been riding for the last couple of weeks. She's been riding really strongly as well, so great to see her in the Sunday Race Club. Annette Fedstra is here as well, triathlete by background. I tell you, I'm loving to see the real mix of backgrounds of our riders, whether they come from rowing, whether they come from skating, whether they come from triathlon and duathlon. We've got a whole range of backgrounds, not just pure cyclists.
And that's one of the great things, isn't it, about riding on cycling esports on MyWhoosh week in, week out. It's always at Sunday Race Club each and every week. Sunday Race Club there, a platform for which you can measure your performance, for which you can get that training in. You're doing it in a racing environment, and you're doing it from home. You're doing it all from the office. You're doing it wherever you take your turbo trainer and your bike, basically, or your smart bike. You can do it from all over the world, and we see that time and time again. But it does mean that riders who are riding, and maybe their main focus might be another sport, completely different sport, using that for fitness. And we see that from Formula One to super bikes to rowing to the more traditional athletic type sort of sports. We're seeing that crossover, and we're seeing lots of people riding. One superstar of sport, it is Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua, a phenomenally ferocious athlete. It's great to see her back in action once again. And of course, a rider who you could never discount, whatever the course. I mean, if you had a team and you were picking a team, I would put in category 2. I would put
Gonzalez-Rua in there
without shadow of a doubt, because she can pull something out on any course, pretty much.
Great sprinter. She really is. She positions herself fantastically in the group. Her timing is superb. It really, really is. And she showed that in the MyWhoosh Championships. She does show it as well week in, week out on the Sunday Race Club. But it really came to the fore in those first 3 stages. They suited her down to the ground. And Gonzalez-Rua, well, she's in the pack in category 2. And she's rolling in the group. Now, we've got one rider off the back, as you can see. But at the 2.3 kilometre marker, they're heading into the foothills of the Wollongong climb. As category 1, well, they finished their warm-up. They're down in the start pen.
So the riders in category 1 are elite riders ready to go. Ablock International, the star-studded race team with 4 riders already allocated into the team. Kristen Korchinski, Lisa Hermansen, Mika Soderstrom, and of course the world champion Mary-Kate McCarthy. McCarthy, the rider who we often expect to see right at the top of the standings. And the other teams with big squads, the breakaways, they have 5 riders down. Van Hove, Alberg, Van Heuning, Gallegos, Bjarhead in the mix. The Fem Cycle Club have Lethbridge, Paulson, Kittle, Denton, and Susnick. The Sweat Sensations, well, they're always the riders to watch battling it out with Ablock International, because you've got Gabby Guerra, Catherine Fuhr, Mel Bruni, and Nicole Mayer. Our riders, just a small part in the teams of the race field here today, as we leave the start pens in category 1, heading out on to a race route. And at the moment, that big pack, it's a relatively steady start for most as they come out in category 1. It always reminds me of an elite race start. It's a bit of a rollout rather than an explosion.
Yeah, a casual roll.
Yeah, I think it's a very smart way to ride it, because why put in an explosive effort at the race start when you know you're going to need it later?
Well, good question. Ask the category 4, 5, and 6 men.
Yes.
Well, category
True.
1 are rolling out of the start pen. No, in with Kate McCarthy. It looks to me like she's moved positions in the pain cave. She's moved over to the side. She was further out in the pain cave previously. We've got the New Zealand jersey behind, and as well as the World Championship jersey. I do like to see what she's got behind her. Now, last week, she gave it absolutely everything. She went so hard and so deep on that final climb. It was great to see the world champion not just win the race, but actually she worked so hard to win that race. And it was great to see the effort and the dig that she put in. And she's obviously having a little shift around in the pain cave this week.
Indeed, just a different perspective there. It does make a difference, and interesting to see that black jersey with the fern on there. I was on the mic for the BMX Racing World Cup last night for round 5, and round 6 is going to be coming up later today. Lily Greenhoff of New Zealand in second place, taking a podium. So the New Zealand team's riding well. Gabby Guerra for Brazil, also for another really strong BMX country. And of course, Gabby Guerra, one of our strongest riders in cycling esports.
Yeah, silver medalist at the World Championships in 2024. She's going to want to go one better this year, and that's going to be a really interesting battle to watch, because Kate McCarthy, I think, is going to want to defend that title with style. Kristen Kolczynski took 5th place last week when we were on the Dragon's Nest. Mel Bruni took 4th after taking that World Duathlon long distance title the week before.
Yes, congratulations. Didn't get a chance to say it last week.
Maria Holdcroft took 3rd place last week. She's not here this week, taking a week away. Then in 2nd, it was Guerra, and in 1st, it was McCarthy. But it was a great race on that new Dragon's Nest course. Mika Soderstrom just choosing to have a steadier ride today by the look of it. Off the back at the moment, and not going with the group.
Very interesting interview I listened to her.
Did you? Did you listen to it?
I did indeed.
On the Virtual Velo podcast?
I did it indeed. I thought it's a very thoughtful writer.
Very reflective, I think.
Yeah, very, very reflective, very calm, considered, and real insight into mixing a full-time profession with cycling at a very high level.
Yeah.
And a really interesting listeners. Do have a listen to that. I always love it when riders are featured and you actually get that insight into them outside of cycling and their avatar. You hear the personality behind people.
Yeah, one of the things I loved about that interview with Mika Soderstrom was you mentioned she's just really calm, really considered, really got the balance with her working life and her cycling life, and no panic around the cycling life. Do you know what she said when she went into the national road race? She'd been away at a conference for work the week before in another country. No panic, no worry. She knew she'd done the work. She knew she had it there. She went away. She did the conference. She came back. She got on the bike. She won the road race.
And I think the word she used was trust. She could trust. She trusted the process. She trusted that she had the ability to do that. And I think that's one thing that all of our riders across all of the categories need. They need to trust their abilities in what they're doing now. Category 2 on the way up the climb here. Still the leading group in here. We're in with Sophie Giovanni, the rider in the centre left of your screen in person. On the move here, you can see Gonzalez Ruedo, the rider kicking at the top there. She goes through, takes the polka dot skin suit. So Gonzalez Ruedo on the climb, using that explosive kick to take away maximum points there as she went in and over the top. So Gonzalez Ruedo coming in ahead of Serena Vittori, Tanil Otto, Sophie Giovanni and Sulia Cassani. They were the first 5 riders. It's a big group though, Emma.
It is a huge group, around 20 riders in that leading group in category 2, and they all will come together. Gonzalez Ruedo leads them over. Vittori, Otto Giovanni, Cassani Sopas, Svardström Kummer, Lundin Wiseman, Hoekstra, Nyquist Karamani, Sanchez Thompson, Heber Smith, Caramello, Giuseppin, Hakkinen. Wow, you could just keep going. But those are the riders all in contention at the moment.
So big group in category 2 going over the top as we hit the slopes here on the very front of the race. Already seeing a stretch of the legs in category 1. It's not a yellow jersey going down the road. It is going to be a white jersey heading off down that road with the rainbow bands, because at the moment the world champion is Kate McCarthy, already just firing an early warning shot to the rest of the group. Hello, everybody. We're on the climbs. I'm looking to have a good ride today. And now the group comes back. Bridget Kittle. We talk about riders improving
Bridget Kittle has
making
been
the
fantastic.
transformation, making that move from one race category to another. Bridget Kittle's done that with aplomb.
Yeah, absolutely. She's come up from category 2 into category 1, and she hasn't gone, I'm in category 1. What shall I do? I'm not sure about this. She's gone, I'm in category 1. Move aside, everybody. I'm here.
That's quite.
No, she's had regular top 10. She's been absolutely
I'm not sure
superb.
she's. I felt of it as a. I'm here. It's where I belong, and you lot are just going to have to deal with me being here, and I'm going to do my thing, and this is my home. Not move aside, everybody. The big dog's in town.
I didn't say that.
You know,
you inferred incorrectly there.
Okay, that was my impression that I got.
Well, impressions sometimes are wrong.
Indeed, they are. One rider who we know is definitely one of our big dogs when it comes to racing. Here is the medalist from the World Championships, Lasha Catherine Fua, out of the saddle on this steep climb here, tapping out the rhythm. Can see Tomasi just in front. And Catherine Fua, super, super strong at the moment.
Yeah.
Really coming to form at the right time as we start to run in towards the semi-finals of those World Championships. It's going to be coming up very, very shortly indeed. Lots of details coming out about that, including a new technical guide that has arrived, the latest updated version.
Yes, the semi-finals technical guide is now out.
Indeed, more of that to come. Francesca Tomasi at the moment on the climb. We're a bit too close to the top. We're not going to get all the details of the guiding if we start talking about it now. So here we go. Tomasi on the climb. Come on, Francesca. This is the run for the climb. You can't be dropped from this group. You need to stay in there. You set the early running. You can't back off the pace.
I'll tell you something, Tomasi's been getting really, really strong recently, and she's really been dynamic in the racing, and it's been really good to see over the last few weeks. Tomasi on our screens and making the action in the racing. Kittle is there, Guerra is there, Fua is there, Van Hooling is there. All of these riders, look how wide they are across the group. We're at the 4.3 kilometre marker. Very shortly, someone's going to poke their nose out because they're going to want the polka dot skin suit. I'm going for Guerra and McCarthy. I think Fua is going to be in the mix as well, and Tomasi and Ulberg may well make a run for it. But this is a huge group, and the quality of this women's race field at the moment, they are all peaking or all on a trajectory as making an assumption they are going to be in that World Championship final in November. That's their target. They've got the 3rd of October in their minds as well, because that is the semi-finals. And all of these races that you are seeing on your screen at the moment are targeting and training at the moment to deliver world-class racing. And they are world-class riders. The punch is on at the moment, and McCarthy has gone at 10 watts per kilo for the polka dot skin suit.
You could see her winding it up in person with the rainbow jersey in the background, really sprinting hard there. But the charge is coming from behind. They're not going to match her, though. McCarthy does enough to go through at the front of affairs and take that polka dot skin suit. McCarthy adding a polka dot skin suit to the rainbow jersey. One over the top. Be a bit warm in Australia with 2 sets of kit. But gotta say, that kick, you could see the wind up. It was explosive, and it set a statement of intent.
It did indeed. And McCarthy goes through and leads through category 1 at 9 minutes and 3 seconds. Gonzalez Rua led through category 2, Walkenhurst category 3, Yao category 4, Gentili category 5, and Londano category 6. Now, the interesting point with McCarthy is she didn't back off the pace on the descent. She went in that descent still pushing and pushing strongly. And on the top right-hand corner of your screen, there you go, you don't need the top right-hand corner anymore. McCarthy has pushed on, and she's established a gap now to Guerra and Fua, just a small one. Kolchinsky, Van Hooling, Tomasi and Ulberg now a little further back.
And that kick over the top there that we saw, Emma, I think you said she's going to go for this on the way up. She's a definite rider to watch. And I think this is really, really key. She did. She kicked. She sprinted. She went for it. She went hard. She then drove over the top and established the gap. And as she established that gap and broke the group, she's now put the rest of the group under pressure to chase for a very short period of time's effort. You know, short duration, big kick, great result, great gap. And now everybody else is left scrambling.
I shed it. I'm just looking. I'm just watching the screen, left scrambling as they close the gap down and get on the wheel. But it's true, and it's an interesting tactic, and it's one that is great to try out. You know, the Sunday Race Club. You can try things out in the Sunday Race Club. You come in, you week after week, try out different race tactics, try out different race strategies. Because if we are keeping our mind on those World Championship semi-finals on October the 3rd, you're going to need to have tried out the race strategies and tactics before you go into those semi-finals. And here on the Sunday Race Club, you know, this is the place to do it. One of the things that I found quite interesting there, maybe we'll talk about it when we come back to the Category 1, because at the moment, Category 6, well, they are, you know, once is not enough today.
No.
2 times up the Wollongong climb they go. And Category 6 are the first group of riders who are indeed on the mountain slopes. But the Category 5 pack are coming. They're on the left-hand side of your screen, just 400 metres behind the leaders in Category 6 on the right-hand side of your screen. And Musa Al-Mansouri, who's in 7th place in Category 6, is about to see the leading group of 5 riders in Category 5. Well, that's a nice bit of symmetry, isn't it? Go past her.
It is indeed a very symmetrical kind of numbers. I like it when the numbers are all like, you know, 3 riders in Category 3, 4 in Category 4, 5 in 5, and 6 in 6. Little things, please, little minds like mine. So you can see at the moment, Category 5 are moving on to this climb. So the second time, so no sooner have Category 1 gone over the climb for the first time. If you are stood at the side of the road, like our fantastic spectators are at the side here, they will be climbing on the roofs of the commentary cabin, like we see elsewhere. They are seeing the riders coming through super quick at the moment. You can see at the moment Jacqueline Francisco de Silva Kirchner with the big headphones on, with the towel in action, warmed up and really in action at the front of this race in Category 6, leading on this climb. Londano, 3 seconds back, the point scorer at the top last time around, or the maximum point scorer, should I say, at the top last time around. And that is going to be really, really key because, of course, the points are added together. The Wollongong climb, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points for first, second, third, fourth, and fifth places. And this is, for me, is going to be really key. This shows who really wants this. It was Lodano, Sabala, Yaskalainen, Kirchner, and Tan last time round.
It was, and this time round we've still got 5 riders in contention. Ange Quap just off the back, the Canadian, around 26 seconds back. But 5 riders still in contention here. Kirchner moving on strongly. Now, just to mention, at the top of this climb, once they hit that polka dot banner, they've got, well, just over 15.5 kilometres to the finish line, with a number of descents, flat sections, and then mainly the main climb being that final climb that comes at around 2K to go.
And that from the Aquarium Sprint checkpoint and that climb back out again, it's still a steep climb out. It's not just a bump in the road like we see going round the sides of through the city. It is a proper climb, and I think that's going. It's not the Alpe d'Huez, but no, it's still gonna.
I think it's one of those.
It's gonna hurt at the end of the race.
It's one of those climbs. If it's at the beginning of the race, you would say it's inconsequential. You know, you might lose a couple of riders off the back. The fact that it's the end of the race and you're going to have small groups going into it with tired legs, it makes it more substantial, and I think it'll be. But, well, it may well be where we see one of the riders launch an attack, should they still be feeling strong.
Or they want a long effort at the end of the race in preparation for the World Championship semi-finals.
You never know. You never know.
Don't forget, even if you've not made those semi-finals, you could go out and ride on the race routes of the world. So there's a whole new mission being launched, and that mission is the Race to Glory mission, because that is the Race to Glory recon. It's a recon of those world's routes. So really important. If you want to go ride on there, if you've not made those semi-finals, but you want to experience it, get on board. All the details are on the website. We'll bring you a few more a little bit later on in the show, but at the moment, we're just watching our riders on the climb. Daniela Londano looking good at the moment, just going over the top of Kirchner, just summiting the first part of this 2-summit climb, because it is the second summit that is higher and has the banner. This is the run for it. Lodano at the moment on the front, Kirchner in second place. There are prizes for each segment each time they go through and underneath the checkpoint itself. So each of these climbs has a prize, but also the overall. So that is really important to the riders. The points are important to Lodano. She's taken the first time. It's looking good now for the second, and that then means, of course, the overall will go with it with 2 climbs. And very, very accomplished performance by Lodano, and she can now switch and focus her attention to that race
Interesting
finish.
strategy as well, to stay with the group until you get to the descent and then go on the final kicker on the second part, on the second summit. Londano has going over the top of Jacqueline Kirchner, who really led them for a substantial period of time up the climb. Well, Amy Young and Claudia Gentili are battling here in category 5 for who goes underneath that polka dot banner first. Gentili holds the sprint and the polka dot skin suit at the moment. Amy Young closing down on her wheel and kicking again for a second time. Young's going to go over the top this time. Perfect timing from Amy Young there. Does she take the jersey? No, and that'll be because she doesn't have enough points. Gentili just... there's a bit of a pause there from Gentili.
You could see that really hurt. I think it was a big sprint so and then just an ease off.
She had to pause and just a stop of pedaling there. Young continuing smooth. Katie Bago and Helia Santos, the 2 riders a little bit further down the climb.
And at the moment, I think you could have almost afford to do that, because you've got to think about what's happening behind you as well in that category 5 race. And it's all fractured all to pieces. Now, let's move down the slopes a little bit further to category 4. You can see at the moment they're starting to catch riders in category 5 and 6. If you're new to the Sunday Race Club, if you catch, you can draft. You can use the advantage of sitting behind another rider, although on a climb at this speed, the draft effect is minimal. Once you go onto those descents, it's absolutely huge, and it does make a big, big difference. So making sure that you're in position is key. Our riders at the moment making their way up the climb for the second time here. Second time of asking of the Wollongong climb. Category 6 are through. Category 5 leaders are through. Category 4, well, they're approaching the first of those summits. Further out and around the course, riders contesting the sprint segments as well. And we'll focus a little bit more on that as we go in towards the later section. But at the moment, these climbs are so critical in the selection for the race finish. They really are showing just how these riders are performing. A little bit further around the course, category 2 at the moment, Emma, we've got the leading group of riders. It's a select group, and it was forced on that climb.
It was indeed. It's still a strong group, actually, in terms of size. But this group are coming towards the City Beach Sprint that is coming at the 15.7 kilometre marker. They're still around 1,200 metres out. Small climb before we get there. They go up, they go over, they go down the other side, and then it's the run in towards the sprint itself. And on the top right-hand corner, you can just see it around that left-hand corner. But this is a big, strong group leading category 2. We've got 3, 6, 7, 8 riders, 9 riders in this leading group now. They've gone up and over the Wollongong climb for the first time. They've come through the Wollongong sprint. They're now on the City Beach Sprint, which is the sprint before they head back up the Wollongong climb for the second time. There's a chase group actually not too far behind. And if this group sit and look at each other
it's dangerous.
Too much, that group could come back.
Yeah, and you've worked for that advantage on the climb. Yes, you know that if you broke somebody on the climb once, you're likely to be able to break them again. But once you've forced a selection and you know it's a strong rider group, you would think everybody would work. But I think almost in some ways this group is too strong. There's too many contenders in the group. But we'll have to see what happens and whether or not they all decide to work together. So our riders en route heading into towards that sprint in category 2. You just see a group behind there with Hoekstra in that chasing group. Interestingly, Nyquist is in there as well. But this is the group coming around that left-hand turn. We're heading down effectively towards where the old pens used to be. And look at this long run here from Anna Svarström, the Swedish rider, going ahead of the Republic of South Africa's to Neil Otto. Otto with a phenomenal sprint on her, looking to catch back at Svarström in time. Svarström kicks again. Oh, nice riding by Svarström. Couldn't be beaten there. Just that kick. Take them by surprise, put in the kick. And you almost need that when you've got riders like Otto contesting the sprints.
Yes, I mean, Tennille Otto took the sprint competition last week. She's really, really strong when it comes down to that sprinting, but Svarström is as well. And just taking a little look back, it was Tennille Otto who took the win from Svarström last time. So Otto and Svarström keep switching around in terms of those points, scores, and points allocations in that sprint competition. One more sprint to go will decide it between them.
So they're going to have to be on their A game when they get into the sprint checkpoint. Our last sprint, the Aquarium sprint checkpoint, right in that depression at 34 kilometers of race distance covered. And then it's going to be that 3.1k ascent out from the low point of today's course, right the way up, and then onto the flat run into the finish. Meanwhile, we're just down at the moment in with Category 5, and this is Category 5 leader Amy Young. She's still got a couple of seconds on Claudia Gentili, who we saw just having to just take a little bit of a pause on the bike just before we came into the descent. And at the moment, Bago and Gentili, the two riders behind, need to make sure they keep Young certainly within a few seconds. I think Amy Young too dangerous to let go down the road.
I think what we're going to see now is we're going to see the Category 6 leaders and Category 5 leaders come all together now. So Young, Gentili and Bago, the three riders leading Category 5, join the four riders leading Category 6 to make a leading group of 7. Angelica Limbaga could well come back now as well. She's 5th in that Category 6 race. So we could see a group of 8 riders. And I say that because this is a really flat section at the moment. There are 1 or 2 bumps along the way as we roll through the town, but nothing that really could split this group unless the Category 5 riders really decide they want to push on.
And then Limbaga really now, for me, she needs to put a sprint in and get on that group. If that group starts to wind up, the draft advantage will mean that they can go. Okay, let's jump back across in with Category 1, the cream of the crop. And at the moment, it is Joanna Tidholm on the move. Just this little dip and rise here. It's a nice little trigger point, potentially, as these riders move through. So let's see who's going to go, who's going to have that kick. Is anybody going to use this little bit of a rise? I would be using this riser. I'd want to test people's legs. I want to make life just that little bit difficult. Nicole Mayer on your screens at the moment. We'll see you out of the saddle here as we come onto this steep little section. It's an 8-9% riser here. And it's not long, but it's enough to hurt. If you can set the tempo, you can make other people really work hard. Mayer really, really improved this year. I think one of the most improved riders this year.
I think since she's joined the Sunday Race Club, she's got better and better, and she's really understood the racing of the Sunday Race Club as well. And that is to her advantage, and she is starting to put in some superb performances, part and parcel of that Sweat Sensation squad. She works for them brilliantly. But Mayer, part and parcel of this large group. There's around 15 riders in this leading group at the moment in Category 1. They're coming towards the City Beach Sprint. Now, at the Wollongong Sprint, it was Hermansen who took the sprint from Ulberg to Massey, Mayer and McCarthy. Those were the 5-point scorers. The City Beach Sprint, watch out for Lisa Hermansen. Mina Koinstinen is in the mix as well. She is here. So is Fua, so is Van Shaw, so is Gallegos is in the mix, Van Hove as well. It's a big, big group.
And we can just see in person, Mina Koinstinen on your screens. Good to see Mina in action once again. Beaming smile, clearly very confident in there. Happy riders are fast riders, and on that basis, Mina Koinstinen should be one of our fastest riders, full stop, ever.com. With us clearly enjoying this. Meanwhile, Lisa Hermansen has launched off the front again. So Hermansen really targeting this Gallegos coming at a massive charge behind. Is it too little too late? We've seen this sprinter, this little catch 'em out attack go, and it makes such a difference because we're coming in. We've got new course, we've got different direction, we've got different momentum, and a different way of riding. Because we're on the different course, there's no change in the actual dynamics of MyWhoosh. It's all about just changing course, and Hermansen using that to her advantage. Really interesting. Two Swedish riders there, both Svarström and Hermansen, taking the wins in categories 2 and 1 respectively.
Never discount the Swedish sprinters, the Swedish women, the strength and depth of cycling esports, phenomenal. Hermansen leads through category 1, Svarström category 2, Horner category 3, Manchando de Pavia category 4, Gentili category 5, and Quap category 6. Now, I can confirm 18 riders in that leading group in category 1 that Lisa Hermansen led through the City Beach Sprint, the next main feature on the course for the category 1 riders. Well, that comes at 19.7 kilometres, and that's the second ascent of the Wollongong climb.
So 2 climbs of the Wollongong climb, 3 checkpoints for the sprints, 1 finishing line that decides the overall winner of the race here today. Qualifier race number 3. Now, we did say we would talk a little bit more about the new mission that has been launched that's on MyWhoosh. We really would love you to jump on board and ride this, because it really is a great way. The Race to Glory Recon, it's going to run in conjunction alongside the Chasing Rainbows, and this is all about the World Championship. Chasing Rainbows really focused on the Road Worlds in Kigali, which kicks off first action on Thursday.
Can I just say, I'm just going to drop in because we've got Katerina Karamani on our screen
I
at the
know
moment
what's coming here.
with the Yorkshire flag. I am currently reading a book about Cecily Neville.
Okay.
Historical novel. But the White Rose of Yorkshire was indeed put together for Cecily Neville by her husband, because the White Rose was her favourite, and that is where the White Rose comes from.
And that White Rose of Yorkshire being proudly displayed. I saw plenty of those flags over in Switzerland at the World Championships. Katerina Karamani very much in the mix here in category 2. A rider who we know is racing stronger and stronger each and every week. Great to see her in action. The Ice Fest on there just to keep that temperature down. So just to dive back in to the missions. So Race to Glory mission, 2 ways to ride that. Riding the individual stages, which are the Mountain Verdict, the Puncher's Playground, and the Sprinter's Paradise on the World Championships, or you can go for Mountain Verdict elimination and go for that each and every day. Take your pick, whichever way you want to do that. So there's a real rotation. There's different slots, different stages on different days. And remember that these are the stages as used in the World Championships that are going to be taking place and in the semi-finals. So really, really important to make sure that you get on board, get it ridden. It's your chance to ride it. If you've not made it into the semi-finals and finals, you don't need to use it for recon. But go have a ride, go see what the riders are, and then it gives you a real sense of what the riders are taking on when they come to those finals. The riders you're seeing on your screens, the McCarthy's, the Fuas, the Guerras, all these top riders racing on the way through to the race finish of those World Championships. Semi-finals coming up, and one of the things that you do need to know, if you haven't picked it up on the way through, that the stage order has changed. It is no longer stages 1, 2, 3. It's stages 3, 2, 1, basically, as was. So basically, the first and last stages of the semi-finals of the Worlds have switched position, and that is the same thing that's happened in the Race to Glory. So if you want to know how it feels to race them in the right way, in the right road, make sure you jump on now. So get in there. Mel Scriven, indeed, the road wheels are on right now. Yes, they were on Thursday. They kicked off the team time trial has been in action. We've also got the road races coming. It's a real mixed program.
You meant last Thursday, not next Thursday.
Yeah.
However many Thursdays. Anyway, never mind. It doesn't.
Anyway,
wherever Mel Scriven is on it.
Good. Well done, Mel.
I giggle if she's watching the road.
Are you really watching the road as you're racing as well?
Oh, it would be brilliant if she is. Please let me know.
Me.
No, it wouldn't surprise me at all. She's great at multitasking, as Mel Scriven.
Yes.
Well, Camilla Ahlberg is in the mix here in this Category 1 pack. And in fact, Mel, I'm just going to give a call out to Mel, because, Mel, if you want to read the book about Cecily Neville, it's called Cecily. It's absolutely brilliant. Cecily Neville, the mother of kings. She was mother of King Edward, who was the father of the princes in the Tower, deeply embedded in royal history in the UK. Anyway, that's enough of a history lesson today. Kimberly Hoekstra on our screen. She's in the mix with Eleanor Wiseman.
Can you tell me something about the Netherlands history?
Probably, but not right now. Kimberly Hoekstra, she's in this leading group. They're coming towards the top of the Wollongong climb for the second time, which is why I can't tell you anything about Netherlands history right now. But actually, this is the chasing group because Caramello and Otto, they're 26 seconds ahead. So this is a big group, but they are not at the front of the race. It's a much smaller group. In fact, you can just see, if the camera angle tipped up, you can just see them ahead further up the climb. But Hoekstra, part and parcel of the pack, chasing and chasing hard, chasing strongly. The Otto group has got it's got Sopers, it's got Kuma, it's got Svardstrom in it, it's got Gonzalez Rua in it. She's the rider in the polka dot skin suit. They drop down off the first peak, heading towards the second peak as they look to kick here. Now, expect Gonzalez Rua to launch because she's going to want to hold that polka dot skin suit. Expect, I think, Tennille Otto to go as well.
So this is that sprint for that segment. This is going to be really key. Gonzalez Rua starts to still wind this up. She's onto the front now. This is the kick. This is the run for the line on the way in through. Gonzalez Rua makes it 2 out of 2. I think it was tight on the line there, though. So going to be interesting to see. She does take that. I'll tell you something, it was close. It was only 0.04 of a second separating Gonzalez Rua and Serena Vittori.
She tried well today.
Anyone would think I've watched a lot of bike racing. Can I just make a quick correction on the way through? The racing at the Road Wheels in Kingali, if you are watching, today's the first of the races, but we actually started working on it on Thursday of the week that's just gone. So you'll have to forgive me because we're doing multiple different UCI disciplines simultaneously as with cycling esports. So our riders are up and running. The racing starts today with the Women's Elite Time Trial, and it runs all the way through the Women's Elite Road Race and the Men's Elite Road Race next weekend. So do make sure you jump on board. Now, I'm just going to take a run around to back to cycling esports and in with Germain Prado. A new pain cave for Germain, I think.
Well, may well be. Never know.
Pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
Or a very different camera shot.
Who knows? But Prado in with in at the moment with some of the Category 5 riders here, with Elos and De Pavia and Yao. As we see this group to the 29.1 kilometre marker and pushing on strongly.
And Germain Prado, one of the multidiscipline riders we talk about, and I know this is a cycling esports show, but we do talk about a lot of different disciplines because our riders ride lots of different disciplines, and Germain Prado, a multi-discipline champion, and it shows you the quality of the riders that we have racing. And for me, that says so much about the racing on MyWhoosh, on the Sunday Race Club, that time and time again we've seen world-class athletes racing each and every week. And there's no other discipline that I can think of that has a season that is 12 months long.
No, I would agree
every
with
single
that.
week of the year.
But the Category 4 leaders catching the Category 5 riders as well, and really starting to work their way through. And the pack's coming together in the last part of this race, and we're going to see that. We're going to see very much mixed groups on the road. Well, here's a group that's not mixed. We've got 6 Category 1 riders in this leading group at the moment. The rest of the pack now stretched behind. They're on the second ascent of the Wollongong climb, and you can see that group riders digging in deep as the gradient comes off slightly to push back on.
I'm just going to do a quick dive across to a couple of the comments. Mel Scriven, and don't forget you can jump on the comments on YouTube, which is where we watch them. We can only watch so many screens. I've lost count of how many are now in the studio. We keep seeming to add another one each and every week on the way through, so you can imagine how many there are. A few of the comments on there. We're going to deal mostly with Sunday Race Club riders and riders rather than worlds. So we've got Mel Scriven saying she's watching because she's not racing, she's poorly, so get well soon, Mel, one of our regular riders, still multitasking, supporting Sonia Webber of the Moonpaw squad. So well done, Mel, for supporting. The distance for today at Milan, the distance for the women's race today is 37.1 kilometres. It does vary now. It's not just a standard 35k. So as the women's Category 1 riders go over the top of the first peak here, you can just see that kick coming from Guerra, Tomasi, Kolczynski in the mix. McCarthy is there as well. Tomasi's on your screen, and they're going to get to the top, and then it's a fifth. What is it, 15k to the finish?
It is indeed 15.7k to the finish, but the push is on from McCarthy at the moment. She wants to hold that polka dot skin suit. No one is going to challenge her. They're pushing to stay on her wheel, but they're not pushing to contend the points. So McCarthy is going to go underneath the polka dot banner and lead through the Category 1 pack. Interestingly, though, the pack, well, it's smaller than it was, but it's got a massive tail. Kristen Kulczynski, Catherine Fua, Gabby Guerra, and Francesca Tomasi, they round out the top 5, but Merle Bruni, Camilla Alberg, and Liz Van Hooling, well, they are the top 8. Van Hooling, I tell you, is putting in some really strong performances over the last couple of weeks. She really has been coming into form. Maya, Ortiz, Gallegos, Van Shaw, Hermansen, Kiddle, and Van Hove are all now over the top. Led over by Kate McCarthy, 35 minutes and 9 seconds. Gonzalez Rua led through Category 2 at that point. Anna Russell led through Category 3. Geneva Ellis led through Category 4. Amy Young was the first rider in Category 5 over that second Wollongong climb. And Daniela Londano led over Category 6.
So those riders are adding those points to their total. And once again, look at this McCarthy on this sprint down, using the momentum, driving in. This is the what used to be step number 1 up. This is the final step down, and you've got to get over this rise to get into that final run down. McCarthy on full-on attack mode, though. You can see left-hand side of your screen sprinting here, and then you can just see the avatar responding out of the saddle, and McCarthy looks like she's sprinted so hard that she's blown the jerseys off the wall behind her.
Well, she has indeed. They've both disappeared. Both the New Zealand national jersey and the world champs have gone.
Such is the force.
Such is the power of McCarthy. Well, McCarthy continuing to push it. They've just gone past Katrin Nielsen, the rider behind. Fua is there, Guerra is there, Kulczynski, Tomasi are pushing to try and close this gap down now. But I just took a little look. 15.7k from the top of the Wollongong climb to the finish line. Do you know what that is? Almost a 10-mile time trial.
I've done loads of those.
Well,
20 minutes
to the line.
Take. Well, you can do it a bit less than that, but it's interesting to see in the group.
Well, there's no wind, no corners here.
There's not, but there is a sprint, and the aquarium sprint underneath in the low point of the course being taken there on the run through by the 3 leaders in Category 5. They've got a gap of 40 seconds now. Young, Gentili, and Bago, the riders, in that order as they came in through that sprint. So the maximum points going to Young, but Gentili amassing the most points across the sprints and taking away the overall sprint competition. So congratulations to Claudia Gentili for the win in that sprint competition overall.
Yes, Bago, Young and Gentili, I tell you, this is going to be a really good battle to the finish line. They've got 3.1k to go, well, actually slightly less now, but it was 3.1k from that sprint checkpoint. That's the aquarium climb ahead of them. So Gentili, Young and Bago, I'm just taking a little look here. I think, well, Young took second last week, Bago took 4th, and Gentili took 5th. That tells you the quality of that leading 3. On the left-hand side of your screen are the leaders in the Category 4 race. They are intermingled with some of the Category 5 riders, and the Category 6 leaders are in between these 2 groups on the road.
So the group's all starting to come together as those later starters catch up with the earlier starters. And we've got lots of different packs. It really does mix things up, and it's a great way for our riders to learn and to improve as well. You don't go faster riding with people who are slower than you. It doesn't make you quicker. What makes you quicker is riding with people who are going faster. And if you're in one of our categories that are being caught by some of our fast riders, it's the opportunity to get those. It's a bit like motor pacing behind a motorbike. I'm putting that too. It just means that you get that speed, you get that extra pace, you know what it's like, and you go. Sometimes it literally is just that sort of that awakening of the fact, actually, I can ride this quick. You've got to ride quick. This is the Sunday Race Club. This is all about making sure that you keep on improving. And at the moment, really big move coming here from Diana Corrales. Corrales going for this sprint in the green sprinters jersey. big kick. This surely is going to be hers. Nobody's able to touch the pace and power. The nearest rider, Machado de Pavia, the climbs leader and winner, goes across the line immediately behind Corrales. But this now is dangerous for the rest of the group because we're coming into a climb that leads you to the finish, and you've just let the climb leader go up the road a little bit.
Yeah, interesting moves, interesting tactics, and
I'll be pushing on there in that polka dot jersey.
Well, we're coming to the finale. It's 37.1 kilometres this race, and I've just seen Manon Holtman in the chat. I'm just going to put a call out before we start calling the finishes here. If anybody would like to recommend a history book of their nation for me to read, I would be. I mean, don't joke. We're coming into the winter. I do like reading through the winter. Please send me a recommendation of a really great book at a certain point in time of history in your nation. I would absolutely love that. That's my call out for today.
You'll be setting up a Discord channel next that covers it.
Yeah. History of the world.
I'm
sure there's probably a channel already called that, but take a look at who's on our screen at the moment.
So at the moment, we have got the Philippines represented. We have got Singapore. We've got Australia and Brazil. Different continents out and around the world, all here and racing on MyWhoosh on the Sunday Race Club, heading in towards its finale. The climb out from the aquarium sprint. It's an aquarium splint. It patches it together and stops it leaking. No, an aquarium sprint. This is the run up on to the climb. The groups are coming together, and you can see this is going to be a frantic run for the finish in these categories as they've come together. It does mean you've got to be really, really sharp. You've got to keep your wits about you of what's going on around you, who is going where, who's got the pace. At the moment, the pace with Amy Young, she has broken the group after that sprint. She's continued onwards, and at the moment, Young with a gap to Bago, with Tilly chasing behind. That's the right-hand side of your screen. Leaders on the road at the moment at what is nearly at 36 kilometres at the moment. It's really interesting to see the way this is playing out now. The battles that are taking place out on race route, and at the moment the leaders are coming in, and this has proved the trigger point, this climb in towards the finish.
It has indeed. And Young on the right-hand side of your screen, she's now got 1.1 kilometres to go. Bago and Gentili have 1.1k to catch and to change the win from that race from Amy Young. The rest of the riders out on course, where you can see them there. And I think one of the interesting things to say is on the top right-hand corner of your screen, that is Kate McCarthy. She is solo. The chasers behind, well, they are indeed Guerra, Fua, Kolczynski, Tomasi, and Bruni. I think that's looking at around 12 seconds at the moment, but McCarthy is on a mission.
She certainly is. And I think there's going to be a few games being played as well, because McCarthy's gone hard and she's gone clear. If you were chasing and you were going to be racing the world, would you put a full chase in and play your cars and show how much you've got in the tank if you've been distanced? Not sure I would. I'd be holding something back and maybe just keep McCarthy guessing about how much you've got for those world championships, because we know McCarthy's strong. Why give away the information to everybody of how good you really are? Why not hold something back? Because you're probably not going to take the win, but why show how much is left now at this stage, getting so close to the Worlds?
You mean don't unpack everything from the suitcase?
No, don't unpack everything. Don't use all the tools in your tool locker. Don't fire every gun in your armory. Save something for the decisive moment at the World Championships and keep the opposition guessing.
Oh,
confusion is your friend in the art of war.
I'll tell you something that's interesting here is that Katie Bago is catching Amy Young. Excuse me, I've got hiccups. Amy Young.
Have you really?
I have. I've got hiccups.
Okay, shall I carry on?
Please carry on.
Okay, I'll carry on. Amy Young at the moment with the race lead and continuing to push on here. Great to see her back once again. Road qualifier race number 2 in category 5. Improved this week. She's gone from what was an 80th position last time out. She's absolutely flying at the moment. So She took a second place last time. She's leading at the moment. Where will she be? Her position in category second last week. At the moment, leading. She's going to hit the line. It's going to be a win. It's Amy Young who takes the win. A second place last week, a first place this week. Your race winner, Amy Young, here in category 5. It's a second place for Katie Bago. This finish coming around this turn into the bridge. It's one of those wonderful, sneaky surprise finishes that is there to catch the riders out if they don't jump early enough. Having that early jump is key. We can see at the moment Londano on the way in. So is Kirchner. They're on the way in towards line. Londano is in the green jersey. This is a category 6 leaders on the way in to the finish. Now Kirchner starts to wind this up. Kirchner's got to get onto Londano's wheel. They're on this long sweeping left-hand turn. They make the way down past the white car on the left-hand side. Real key indicators are coming because it's about 100 meters to go. And I think Kirchner could run out of room here. Londano has gone around the left-hand turn in the green jersey. She's going to hit the line. It's going to be a clean sweep of jerseys for Londano, the polka dot, the green, and the race win for Londano. Kirchner's going to take second place. You can see how much that hurt. That big sprint in towards the line. Great riding by Londano to take away all of those jerseys in the category 6 race. Meanwhile, coming in towards the finish, category 4 leader is Jennifer Ellos, who's broken clear of German Prado. This sweeping left-hand turn, you go early, you run the risk of going too early, but everybody else is left chasing Jennifer Ellos at the moment with the race lead. The banner is coming. The riders will be watching the radar view as much as they're watching the view in front. Big wind up comes from Prado. Prado at nearly 7 watts per kilo. Now Ellos is starting to wind. Prado's got a push here. She's going to run for the line. It's not going to be enough. Ellos takes it in category 4. Jennifer Ellos, the winner. German Prado takes second place here today. It's going to be Carmen Yao who's going to take the third. And no disputing, though, Ellos, that early jump is key. Yeah. And if the rest of the race categories are watching this, they are all going to know you go early and you go hard on that race finish.
Well, the leaders in category 3 on your screen at the moment at the 36.4 kilometre marker. They have, 650 metres to go. And in the mix, Holly Bergin. Anna Russell is in here as well. And Bergin's going to lead it out. She's going to go long. Take a look at this. This is the push. This is the drive from Bergin to attempt to win this category 3 race. Anna Russell is in the group behind, but it's the group of category 4 riders. So Russell has got to do the work. These two riders clear at the moment from the rest of the category 3 pack. So Bergin and Russell for the finish.
And Bergin clearly doing her homework. She's got to keep on pushing. You cannot relax. 2 seconds will come down when you've got a class rider like Anna Russell behind you. But Bergin knows what she's doing. She knows she's going to kick in if there's one rider who's determined. The Yorkshire flag will be flying proudly there. We will see the flag designed by Cecily Neville flying over the top of the head of the Queen of Yorkshire herself. It is Holly Bergin on the run to the line. It's going to be a winning category 3 for Bergin. What a way to set yourself up for the finals that are coming next week. Anna Russell's going to take second place. The 2 riders well clear of the pack. 45 seconds, the margin between our leading 2 and the riders coming into this finish. This is the run in category 3. This is for third place. It is qualifier race number 3 in September. And you can see Shanks giving it everything here. She's got to keep the power on. Riel is right on her heels. Can Riel overhaul her? Shanks has got to bury herself here to the line. She's going to make it. Heather Shanks is going to hit the line. Third place for Shanks today. Well, that Saltaire flag will be flying proudly over the top of Shanks. You can see the effort it took to take a podium position here in category 3.
Oh, it did indeed. And let's just have a quick run, shall we, through those. So category 3, Holly Bergin takes the win. 1 hour, 2 minutes, 44 seconds. 6 seconds clear of Anna Russell in second. 35 seconds clear of Heather Shanks in third. Jen Reel comes through for fourth. And Gemma Daniels for fifth. In category 4, Geneva Ellos takes the win. 1 hour, 6 minutes, 17 seconds. She's clear of German Prado in 2, Carmen Yao in 3. Then we have De Pavia in 4 and Chu in 5. Running back through down to category 5, Amy Young took the win, 1 hour, 9 minutes and 27 seconds. Katie Bago in 2, Claudia Gentili in 3, Ting Li in 4, Helia Santos in 5. And in category 6, Daniela Londano took the win, 1 hour, 15 minutes, 29 seconds, ahead of Jacqueline Kirchner, Maria Zabala, Katja Jaskalainen and Angelika Limbaga round out the top 5.
So those are the categories that have finished so far. 2 more categories to go. Category 2 leader on the right-hand side of your screen. It's Neil Otto taking the sprint win and sealing the overall sprint jersey collection on the way through. That's hers now because she's got no more points to worry about in terms of the sprint. So category 2 leader to Neil Otto, clear of that little group of chasers behind in category 2. 7 riders in the hunt for the win. At the moment in category 1, left-hand side of your screen, well, at the moment, McCarthy not just clear, but might have used this yesterday in commentary, in a different time zone.
Well, that 10-mile time trial has been put into overdrive.
It has behind. Just started to see an attack go here. Now, Alberg just pushing over the top of this rise into the descent. It shows you the difference because McCarthy's about to hit the base of this descent as we see the riders battling for second place on the way down. And for me, this is almost where we're at. This is no longer a race. It's no longer a chase. It's not a chasing group. It's a fight for second, third, fourth, and fifth places instead.
Well, it is indeed. McCarthy on the left-hand side.
Disagree with me
I did disagree
on the first show back when I've been away for a break.
Okay, hold the front page of any newspaper worldwide. Emma agreed with that. McCarthy at 33.3 kilometres. The chase group at 32.5. Yep, 900 metres separating these at the moment. And McCarthy, well, she's in a rhythm. She's sat down. She's found her zone, and she really is time trialing to the finish. And she's making the use of this race for a big TT effort. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side of your screen is the chase group. We've got Alberg, Kolchinsky, Tomasi, Fua, Guerra. Gallegos, I think, is in there as well. 6 riders in that chase group, 1 rider out front.
7 riders battling it out at the front of the race. 1 and 6, as Emma has said. McCarthy, the world champion, on a real march here, has got that gap, and I can't see that coming back at all at this stage. It's just too big, and it's going to take a real capitulation of McCarthy for that gap to be brought back down once again. Right-hand side of your screen, that is the chasing group, or the battle for second, third, fourth, and so on the way through. So riders in action. We're in category 2 leaders here. We're in with Asulia Kasani. Kasani out of the saddle here. You can see really firing down, using all of that strength, 60 revs per minute. So this is the opposite of dancing on the pedals. This is using all of your body to get the maximum power out with each and every pedal stroke, really focusing on pushing through the bottom of the pedal stroke, flicking the ankle round, getting every single muscle group to give you the watts, to give you the power, to give you the kick. And this is taking them back to Neil Otto, who had that gap after the sprint. She'd extended it somewhat as they'd gone along the flat and onto the climb. Otto still in front, 7 seconds gap back to the chasing group, but they have not pulled enough back, I think, at the moment, because they're going to have to be real careful. We are heading in towards our race finish at speed here. Doing 32 kilometres an hour, 20 miles an hour in Albany as you go up over the top here. And this speed is going to pick up. Tennille Otto is at 5 watts per kilo. She's pushing.
She is indeed, and she's pushing strongly because look at the quality of the group she's in. Otto in 1, Sopas, then Kasani, then Sanchez, Kuma, Vittori and Caramello, all within 8 seconds of each other. Then it's a gap back to Svardström and Gonzalez Rua. 7 riders in contention, but Tennille Otto has decided this is hers for the win today. Well, she's got 600 metres to go, and she's doing a Bergen, going long.
Well, it paid to watch. It pays to have the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Group Race Club live feed in your ears, and to have it in at the side of you as you go into the finish, because it does give you the heads up if you watch the other riders coming in, particularly when we're on a new course with one of the stealth race finishes, let's say, because
stealth.
Yeah, I'm a fan of sprint finishes where you can see where you're sprinting to. I have to admit, when I'm sprinting, I'm not a fan when I'm sprinting of a finish where you've no idea where it is and it just comes round the corner, you through it and then you're done. Yeah, it doesn't give you that build, but it means that it allows for this surprise attack. It allows riders like Tennille Otto to be on the offensive. She's going to come round this turn, just hitting behind that MyWhoosh banner comes the finishing line. Here we go. Here's the finish. We go through it as we go into the bridge. The win for Tennille Otto. The sprint behind comes, and I think it's going to be Sopers in second, Kuma in third, Caramello in fourth, and Sanchez, I think, in fifth place. We just wait for those positions to be confirmed. Sorry, Vittori, there you go.
So Vittori comes through for fifth, Sanchez for sixth, and Kasani for seventh.
Great riding, great racing in Category 2. As always, congratulations to everybody who's taken away a segment prize, an overall prize in the Queen of the Mountains or the Sprints, or taken away a prize as a top 10 rider in your race category. Category 1 to 6. Category 1 still to get our first finisher through and across the line. It's going to be no surprises to anybody who's watched the show regularly that the rider coming in is going to be McCarthy. Kate McCarthy leading the Category 1 race field in here. There's no hiding what she can do. She's clear on the front behind, while the fight will come in the battle for second place. But this is all about the run now into that finishing line.
Well, the battle for second place is taking place at the moment on the Aquarium climb. The climb out from the Aquarium sprint, and Gabby Guerra is pushing on the right-hand side of your screen. She's leaving the group of 6 that she was with. It was a chase group of 6 around 50 seconds back from McCarthy. McCarthy on the left, continuing to drive to the line. She's got 500 meters to go, but Guerra now making the charge for second. Tomasi, Bruni, Fua, and Kolczynski at 6 seconds behind Guerra.
So here we go, McCarthy into this long left-hand turn. It ends up pointing in completely the opposite direction. You start this turn in, and McCarthy with that gap, it's more than big enough, but we know that McCarthy will push all the way into the line. Every pedal stroke now is a pedal stroke, improving form, improving the performance, making yourself improve and get better for those world championships, and that's what is on the rider's mind. The semi-finals is coming up at the moment. The hot favourite, McCarthy, comes to the line. It's going to be a course record on the new course here. Kate McCarthy hits the line, the winner here of qualifier race number 3 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. As we see Aguera now coming into that long left-hand turn, it gives you an indication of just how much gap we had from Kate McCarthy, who took a 41st win on the Sunday Race Club in 58 participations. A phenomenal record. But Guerra now out of the saddle in person and in avatar form. Left and right hand sides of your screen. Guerra winding this up. She's got 16 seconds to the pack. She made that time on the climb coming out from the Aquarium climb. This is all about pushing down, making sure that you get in and around that left-hand turn, making sure you get it out there. Another of our big contenders for the medals that come in behind, because we're seeing Fua heading towards the line, but Guerra is going to take that second place. So it's McCarthy in 1. It's Guerra in 2. Who's going to take that third placer into the right-hand to final turn in around that left? This is a run for the line. It's Fua in this sprint coming to the line, but Bruni's going to take it as they come in underneath the banner. I think that has gone to the photo finish, and it's going to be Mel Bruni. It was so that was close. And that was
0.04 of a second.
0.04?
Yeah, it was
Oh my
really
goodness,
close.
400ths of a second separating third and fourth place. So Kate McCarthy taking the win in 1, Guerra in 2, Bruni in 3, Fua in 4. Another sprint into the line here as we see Van Heuling battling it out with Gallegos here. The two riders from America battling for the line as they come in over and across the line. Just watching these riders make their way in and through. So Bruni took third place, Fur took fourth, Korchinski took fifth place, Alberg taking sixth, Tomasi taking seventh, Gallegos taking eighth, Van Heuling taking away ninth, and the Kelsey J. Van Short taking away 10th place. The big time gap, though, right at the front of the race. McCarthy nearly 1 minute clear as she came in and through the line. The time on the course, 57 minutes, 14.275 seconds. Phenomenal time out on course. And the new course is slower than the older one, if I'm not much mistaken. Only a little bit. It's only a couple of minutes, is it?
It's a different length. It's 2 kilometres
Yeah.
longer.
But it's so therefore it's taken longer to do.
Yeah, only just though.
Yeah. Riders are improving. Different layout, different shape to the hills.
Strategy there, I think, from Kate McCarthy to go long and to do that final 10-mile time trial at the end, absolutely brilliant. We often see her, go on a long climb or put in the power there and really work to the finish and drive to the finish. And today she showed us that she can do it on the flat as well as on the climb.
Indeed. So it sets us up very, very well across all 6 of our race categories. Those are fantastic finishes for what is going to be our finale in the women's competition for September. That is next Sunday. Our riders will be picking their teams. They'll be getting those rider selections sorted. They'll be making sure they're in and entered. Please do remember to join myself, Matt Payne, and Emma Martin. You can follow Emma. It's at biking_Emma on social media. Remember, get those book recommendations for your nation's history. Make them interesting ones, please. I don't want to deal with a sleeping Emma in the studio prior to the show because the book was boring. So super exciting books about your nation's history to at biking_Emma. If you want to follow MyWhoosh for all MyWhoosh related things, not history related things, then don't forget it's at MyWhoosh on Instagram and on Facebook. Don't forget to make sure that you tick the box and make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel, and you can always get in touch with us on there as well. We will be back for the men's show and the men's race, qualifier race number 3. That's coming up very shortly. In terms of the women's racing, that's going to be next week. So we will take a short break. Make sure you rehydrate, get yourselves refueled and ready for our men's final qualifier for September. But from Emma, from myself, Matt Payne, and from all of the team at MyWhoosh, we'll see you in a short while.
Goodbye.
So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club qualifier race number 3 in our men's race competition. Hello and welcome back if you're watching our women's race. My name's Matt Payne. I'm here in the studio with Emma Martin. Yes, I am back from my travels to the World Championship, the Man Bike World Championships. It was great to be there, but my goodness, it's good to be back on the Sunday Race Club. I'm going to say this now. I love the Sunday Race Club, and our women's race really showed the best of that. World-class riders, out and racing, riders of all abilities on the same race route, lots of different race categories, lots of great competition, and a real battle around the streets of Australia. But for the men, Emma, we're in Alula.
We are. We're heading to the Heritage Climb. 55 kilometres of racing, 761 metres of climbing today. They come out at the start and then they drop a great descent out the start into the Siamese Rock Sprint checkpoint at 5.2 kilometres. There's a couple of rollers along the way before they get to the Vessel Rock climb. That's the first of our 2 categorised climbs today. It is the multi-stepped climb. They go onto the Vessel Rock Plateau. The Face Rock Sprint comes at 18.2. Then the 2 traditional climbs that we see to get off of that plateau before the long run to the Alpha Hills. Those are the 7 small rollers that you see on that long stretch towards the Newtown Sprint checkpoint. That checkpoint comes at 44.8 kilometres. Then there's 4.6k until the base of the Heritage Climb. It's a long climb to finish today. Very traditional Sunday Race Club course. 5.1 kilometres of climbing. An average gradient of 5.5%, but there are some very, very steep sections because you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I count 9 steps on that Heritage Climb. Please feel free to message me at biking_Emma if you think different.
Do I need to message there? Because I don't think there's 9. I think there's a lot more than 9.
Well, you can indeed if you want, but the 55-kilometre marker is where the checkered flag will be today.
Well, we will see how many steps there are on that stairway to the finish line as all of our racers take on the same race route, whether in Category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 or Category 1. Category 6, our standard race category, moving right the way up to our elite riders in Category 1. The dynamic race categories mean, of course, that we have competitive racing and flexible boundaries on the way through to ensure everybody gets a great race. There's always somebody to race against on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, and we're going to start with our Category 6 riders. Now, this is our penultimate race in September, and it's our last qualifier. Remember, 2 qualifiers needed to be eligible for the team competition. And of all the teams in Category 6, the Wheelies Racing have won the race to be the most organised and actually have 3 riders in prior to the team competition kicking off in earnest next week, because Wheelies Racing have Federico Bianchi of Italy. They've got Rosharan Teron of India, and we've got Wojciech Sebsa of Poland. So congratulations to the squad from Wheelies Racing. If you do nothing else, today you've already become a winner on Sunday Race Club because you're the team with the 3 riders in.
Well, there are 328 riders on the start sheets in the men's race today, 55 of them in Category 6. And it was Amaya from Luchko, from Rademacher, Silva and Corva last week. Amaya moving up to Category 5 following that win, as well as Luchko. So those 2 riders progressing.
So time to see whether they will be followed by other riders. We're up and we are away. Sunday Race Club is go.
Well, go. And away they go off the front because Marcus Brito is leading the charge with Petra Truba. Nati Yarvinen is there as well as Orlando Montoya. The pace is hot on the front at the moment and getting them up and out of that start pen. It is a flat start before that descent. And you can just see the descent on the top right-hand corner of your screen. That is the red line, which is the gradient. Now, let's just take a little look at the start sheets. Corva is here. He took 5th place last week. And Junior Silva is here. He took 4th. Those are the only 2 top 5 riders in this Category 6 race this week from last, if you get what I mean. Which means the top steps of the podium are open today. A number of riders could fill those gaps. Pablo de Manuan is here. Stefan Tigert, he always sprints well. Robert Cronier, Brett McMurtry, Cameron Dadson, Elderson, Casagrande, Vargo, Decker, Burton, Kutab, Lipka, all in the mix. The number of new riders, Matt, over the last 2 weeks in this month in September.
Yes, I had saw that. I did watch the racing, you know.
Yeah, so great to see, and Sebs are on our screen at the moment.
Fully excited, of course, in the UAE squad colours there. And I think this is a smart move, ripping it off the start on this. And we can always rely on those checks to put in a smart move. And this, I think, is smart for one reason only. This downhill that's coming up, if you make this hard, if anybody's off the group as it goes into the descent, they're going to get distance, and then they're going to be chasing a group. So if you can make this pace hard, make it hot from the start, you're going to set people off on the back foot, and then they're going to be chasing all the rest of the way. And that, for me, is absolutely critical. Really set this out. But you've got to get to that descent, and it's not just round the corner. We'd have to remember that.
No, it's not. And just saw another one of our new riders there just pop into third on the front of the chase group. Josh Lipinarski.
Good to see you, Josh.
It is fabulous to see Josh Lipka from the USA in there as well. 2 new Joshes. Josh Lipka, though, the coach to Kristen Kolczynski, if you're reckoning that name rings a bell. Also, yes, once upon a time, the Masters Time Trial champion of the USA.
So going to be good for that. Well, there's plenty of sections on here where being able to sit at the pace is going to be critical. Eduardo Suge in and racing. I'm loving the South American dawn.
I know, the sun is coming up in the background. How beautiful to see that.
Eduardo, get in touch after the racing. Let us know whereabouts in Brazil you are.
Yes,
so that we know roughly where it is.
Emma.
Yeah, get in touch. You can get in touch with them. You can't get in touch with me at the moment. Social media accounts are frozen. It's great.
Is it nice and quiet in your world?
It's super quiet in my world. It's been great. Well, it's only super quiet because there's only so much you can do. And I have to say, I'd rather be concentrating on the racing than on the social media, and that's what we've been doing. And the racing's great, isn't it?
Yeah, Gregor's Gasiek really pushing on at the moment now. And he's pushing on because take a look at this. Sibsa and Jarvinen are 8 seconds clear at the front. Everybody's on the descent. The pace is high. They're just shy of 70 kilometres an hour. And, well,
if you're off the back here, it could be game over before we have travelled. You know, we're on 2.5K of racing already. And we're just over 3.5 minutes into it. We're on the descent. There are riders being distanced. Their race is over already in terms of contending the race finish. So if you want to be contending the finish, you need to be pushing early. Let's see if Category 5 have been watching the Category 6 riders on this race start. Remember, this race route with this descent, just a little different, or mixing it up and shaking it up. Who's going to be mixing it up in Category 5? Well, we have got, instead of just one team who are quick off the blocks in getting their riders in with the right number of riders, we have 3. We have the Cycling District team. And it's great to see the Portuguese squad represented on so many fronts across so many categories. Cycling District in Category 5 represented by Bruno Fernandes, Luis Castro and Ricardo Pinto. We've got the Level Up squad of Ben Kirk, Justin Roy and Nathan Peterson. That's Australia for Ben Kirk, Roy and Peterson, both from New Zealand. So a real Antipodean feel to the squad of Level Up. And the Wes squad, the Wes 5 squad of Murato, Dotto, Pence and Lenador, well, they have 4 riders in their team. So they've got 1 extra as well. So Category 5 up and ready to go. It's time to go racing. Our teams, though, a mere taster, a hint of the full flavour goodness that is Category 5.
63 riders on the start sheets in Category 5 today. And I tell you, only 1 rider from the top 5 last week, and that is Joel Warren. He took 5th place and, of course, the sprint competition because Joel Warren's name and the Warren family synonymous with sprinting.
It's his middle name, you know. He's going to change it by
Joel
default.
Sprinting Warren.
Joel
yeah, but his mum
Warren.
is Joanna Sprinting Warren as well.
Yes.
Because they are just both household, well, they should be household names around the world. But they are absolutely first-class sprinters. But he also took 5th spot. The 4 above him, so Friedeck, Svart, Neville, Ross and Skretting, not on the start sheets today. Going to be really interesting to see what happens in Category 5. So wide open. Will David Milano step up? Will Fabien Tapia move in? Actually, I think this is a really good course for him. Florian Dromard, Jeff Rooney, Will they step up? Matt Smithson, Nick Hanley, Ola Warren, Riley Milostic, Peter Cridden, Peter Connell could be a name to watch today.
100%. Or I think I have to say I'm looking at. So I want to see what Simon Llewellyn does today.
Well, yes, we will see in just about, I reckon, 80 minutes.
Vladimir Toro as well on that final climb. Toro can climb really well.
Well, we shall see who have got their climbing legs out of the wardrobe this morning.
Well, you need to only change into your climbing legs at the end of the race, because I would argue that this, realistically, with the Vessel Rock climb, it's a nice climb. You know, it's short. My idea of a climb, 2.5k long, not 25k. And then you've got the bigger climb at the end. And there's such a big long stretch in between that realistically, if you go on the attack, you're likely to be pulled back. It should be a fast race in my head.
Well, we will see.
It might be a fast race in my head, but not out on the course. But I think
Matt's
it should be fast in both.
predictions number 2.
No, I'm not going to
Number
make too
1,
many.
the predictions were in the women's race. Number 2, the men's race is your predictions.
Oh, okay.
You predicted Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua would go well.
I did.
And she did.
She certainly did.
There you go. So your number 1 prediction was quite correct. Will Luke Allport go well today? He's
always
in the mix. Yeah, he does. He's a great racer.
It's good to see Luke.
Yeah, it is always good to see him. And he's in the mix here in category 5.
Do you know what? Coming back to the Sunday Race Club after a couple of weeks off, it's a bit like coming back to seeing all your mates in the down at the pub, or down at the coffee shop, or down at the sports club, down at the bike club. That's what it feels like.
Well, I bet the riders feel like that as well.
Well, about each other, maybe, not necessarily having me and you.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about you and me. I was talking about the other riders in the race.
I was going to say, it's a bit like they are back together again. Yeah, Sunday, time to go racing. Yeah, let's get the mates together. Well, good to see Fabian Tapia in action already. Nicely in this group. Really good positioning here at the moment. So you can just see nicely at the front third of this group also. And for me, that's really key. Being smart, keeping those watts numbers in the green, really, really key. It's great to see riders really making sure that they keep that positioning in exactly exactly where they want it.
Yeah, exactly.
Lots of exactlys going there.
There are indeed. And Fabian Tapia, one of the young riders, an under-23 rider. I think this should really suit him. He's a really strong climber. He really is. And it'll be good to see him do this. Ben Kirk is here. Tim Connell. Joachim Skretting is in the mix today. Nice to see him in here. He took 4th place last week. Florian Dromard is here as well. Now, this pack, a much steadier start than the Category 6 pack in Category 5. There is Simon Llewellyn. Matt's pick for Category 5 today. I hope you're feeling
pressure,
strong, Simon.
No pressure, Simon, but I expect you to perform today. No, just take a sprint for me, buddy. Anywhere on the course, that'll do, and I'll call it a win with you. I'll share my winnings, which will be a whole 0.
But Category 5, a much steadier state start than Category 6 today, as we head down into the pen with Category 4.
So Category 4, the third of our race categories to hit the start pens and to head out onto the race route. In terms of big teams here today, the Level Golden squad with Golden Boy himself, Eric Rimborg, leading Roar Solly and Adrian Gonzalez out onto, of course, Solly from Norway, Rimborg from Sweden, and Gonzalez from Spain. The BMC Racing squad have also managed to pack the numbers enough to qualify if this was the finals next time round. BMC Racing with Chilean rider Daniel Cadiz, Australian rider Josh Zanetti, and the rider from the United States of America, Ryan Giuliano. They're the 3 riders that make up BMC Racing. It's time to see if they can take on all the rest of today's race field. The movement in the category is very interesting to see. Some riders going up, some riders going down, but always entertaining racing here on MyWhoosh as Category 4 get underway. Will they follow the junior racing style of racing, of attacking from the gun in Category 5 and Category 6? Or will they be a little bit more circumspect?
Oh, that's a good word for you. Well, Category 4, 52 riders on the start sheets as we drop in with Paul Garin at the moment. And you can see pitch black outside the window where Paul Garin is at the moment. And maybe the sun will rise whilst he races. He's in the mix with Bergin and Gonzalez and Solly and Reinheimer. Now, one of the interesting things about the 52 riders in Category 4, and please, this is just an Emmerism going on here.
Oh, careful.
14 of the 52 riders given names start with J. We have Josh Zanetti. We have Joseph Miller. We have Jerry Pippenin. We have Jamie Vellers, James Robinson, Jan Voslek, JD Abello, Yohei Filo, Jose Oviedo,
Yeah, wow.
Jose Rodriguez, Juan Garcia, Julian Hertz, Giuliano Hack, Jussi Palaka.
Yes.
14 riders, beginning with the first given name J.
So we are in with Mohammed Mukhtari. I don't know if Mohammed's got a middle name or middle names in there. If you do have a middle name with J, let us know. Good to see you there. Personally, I like riders whose names begin with M. Funnily enough, Mohammed Mukhtari does that indeed, and one of our real class riders.
Yeah, he should go well today.
All joking aside, this is the sort of course again. Mohammed Mukhtari, great rider, and I think he's better on the climbs when you've got a tough course. It may not be tough enough in between, but that then means you've got to make it tough. We're already here running into this descent here with Category 4. 2 minutes of racing. You can just see taking this right-hand turn round here. We're not that far off where it starts to wind up and go down. Good to see Graham Peace here. Last saw Graham in person at the Ilkley Cycle Races in the summer. A podium rider there. We're going to see whether he can repeat that performance. No pressure, Graham, but the flag of Yorkshire is there in the background.
And Katerina Karamani.
Indeed. And all of Yorkshire expects today for Graham to come home with at least a top 3, if not a win. So just a little bit of pressure on Graham today.
Well, whilst Matt ladles the pressure on the racers today.
Oh, yeah. You know
one
what?
of the
really
riders, I tell you something, one of the riders who really rode well last week is Robin Clendenin, right at the front with Graham. Robin took the climb last week. He is our famous Toronto bike courier.
If you come from Toronto, what are you called?
I don't know.
If you're from Leeds, you're
Robin?
a Leodian. No. Are you a Torontian?
I've no idea. I've been to Toronto. It's a very nice city.
I know. Did you see bike couriers? Maybe you saw Robin and you didn't realise it.
Who knew? You never know. There was a great big festival on in the summer and it was absolutely beautiful, absolutely fabulous. So anyway, there we go. My visit to Toronto.
I went to Montreux. They have a festival there in summer as well.
And that's must be a Canadian thing.
No. On the shores of Lake Geneva.
Oh, yeah, that's Montreux. Montreux. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Why are you talking about Lake Geneva when I'm talking about
festival?
Canada?
They had a festival there.
There's lots of places that
it's a very famous festival. In fact, it's where Smoke and the Water was
apologies. Matt is back in the studio.
Oh, come on. Total rabbit warren of diving off subject. Well, we wouldn't do a thing like that when we've got riders waiting to go.
Giuliano Hack in the mix in that Category 4 pack. Category 3 down in the start pen, ready to race.
Should just shuffle my papers ready. Because this is Category 3, and we have 2 of our teams ready to race with 3 riders already. I'm loving the fact that some of our teams are just so organised in advance in all of our categories. Level Golden, congratulations to Andrew Rushmer, Frank Flores, and Rune Vegard Bakken for being the Level Golden squad, who have 3 riders in their team. And to the What's Up squad, Ivo Shaw, Martin Cont, and Walter Clays. Brilliant stuff. All the rest of the teams, pull your socks up, get on it. You've got to get those 3 teams ready. You need it. Get them up to that UC high regulation calf height and beyond.
Socks.
Because you need socks, not teams. Because you need to be racing in a team next week. It's team competition, but we've got to get there first. Category 3, up, away, out from the start pens. This. Our joint biggest race field. That's my start of the day.
Well, Category 3 last week, Walter Clays took the win. That tells you it was a phenomenal sprint, and he timed it to perfection as normal because the top 17 riders in Category 3 were separated by 3 seconds.
I'm going back to an early comment. 3 is a magic number.
Well, Clays, Almeida, Fournier, Didutch and Johnston were the top 5 riders in Category 3 last week, and they are all on the start sheets today. Andre Notes took the climbing competition, and Nicolas Fournier also took the sprinting competition as well as third place. It was a really, really close fought race, and I think we're going to see a huge bunch of Category 3 races going into the base of the climb at 49.4 kilometres today, unless, of course, someone like Karel Schledek or maybe David Baddiel or Daniel Tidholm or Che Holweiler or maybe Adam Stenman or Patrick Karlstrom perhaps have a plan and can get away from the bunch.
Or Nicholas Fourier or Nick Squillari putting in a breakaway. Or
you never know.
This is one of the things. It's such a strong group. Now, just in with Luis Andrade here, one of the big nations now, and getting bigger from Portugal, the cycling district rider, very much near the front of affairs here, making sure he doesn't lose contact with that group. Still staying nicely in the draft as well. It's such an art, isn't it? Just doing enough, but not too much.
I'm liking, can I just say, I was just liking the weight shelf in the background because I don't know about anybody else. Nick Squillari probably doesn't, but I do. I trip over weights because I leave them on the floor.
No, Nick Squillari strikes me as a man who's got a very well sorted, planned and tidy pain cave.
Yeah. Training Rooms Are Us by Nick Squillari. He's also got a real look of concentration on his face.
It might just be all for the camera, and it's an absolute squalid dump in the other side of the camera. You never know.
But Nick Squillari, right at the front of this pack, he's got Karel Schledek. He's got a number of riders for company right at the front of the pack. Actually, Kochikov is there as well. So is Guarin. Iglesi is there too. Good to see the pack wide across the road. Now, if you are new to the Sunday Race Club, we'll give you a quick tour of the screen. The riders popping up on the bottom left. It's their numbers that we are also looking at.
Well, good to see Christoph on our screens from Poland, one of our really strong nations here. Krzysztof Zastany, the rider from Poland. You can just see that towel just over his handlebars at the moment. And you can see really focused at the moment on making sure he stays in the group. He's got to be attentive because, as you can see, we've got riders really sprinting down into the straight. My favourite bit, though, is Krzysztof's light fitting.
Did you see the wheel around it?
Yes. I'm planning something very similar in the Full Speed Event studios with a bike frame.
Okay. So we'll
Pictures
move on quickly.
May be available on social media at some point.
Well, Notes are right at the front of the race here. The pace is on, but this is on the descent at the moment. They're around, 60 kilometres an hour as they go down one big pack together. Patrick Karlstrom on the screen at the moment. Huge flag in the pain cave behind him and a different casquette today.
Indeed, the Finnish flag there in maxi version. That's the XL version of the flag. That's quite incredible. Unless they are really mini jerseys behind him, like tiny baby-sized Finnish jerseys. So you do get them. Very random pain cave conversations today, rus.com, as we go watching Category 3 on the descent. So, with Category 6, 5, 4, and 3 away, all those groups separated by 5 minutes of the race start. There's a 10-minute gap between Category 3 and Category 2. Let's have a little roundup of what's been happening on our sprints, because the first sprint, just a quick reminder, it's after the descent that these riders are going into.
It is. So at 5.2 kilometres, the Siamese Rock Sprint checkpoint comes up, and Category 6 and Category 5, as well as Category 4, have all gone through that point. So Category 6, the first pack who were through, it was Sugai who took the top spot, I think. I'm just doing a double check here as to why I can't see. Yeah, it was indeed. It was Sugai from Tiger, from Dadson, from Adekani and Gasek. The Category 5 riders are a little bit more tricky to locate because they are mixed in. The Category 5 riders, Joel Warren comes through with the fastest time. Maturato, Cadabona, Allport and Fosseed round out the top 5. In Category 4, it was Badau from Van der Zandt, from Zunetti, from Kuntz, and then Robinson. Nicolas Fournier on your screen at the moment. Now, Nicolas Fournier took the sprint competition in Category 3 last week. He also took third place overall. He is in the mix here as they start to launch now for this sprint checkpoint, checkpoint number 1 at the 5.2 kilometre marker.
And it's just round this left-hand turn. You can see 48 out of the saddle here, kicking down on those pedals. The national champions jersey in the background looks on as 48 really wants to say he could have this timing absolutely spot on here. He's coming to the fore at the right time. He's going to come through. Nice sprinting, nice timing, perfect racing. Oh, masterclass there by Fournier in that sprint. Didn't go too early, didn't go too late. A bit like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. That middle one was just right. So Fournier through the sprint, the riders in Category 6 on the climb on that Vessel Rock line. Category 5 the same, just a little bit further behind. Category 4 on the way in, and Category 3 on that flat section at the base, making the way in through.
Shall I, earlier on in the women's race, we were talking about different backgrounds.
Yes.
Nicolas Fournier used to be a speed skater. In fact, he was 9 times French champion.
Class is class.
Yep.
Bit like Xavier Maillard.
Power is power.
Indeed, Xavier Maillard here in Category 6. You can see working hard here in the pain cave, and at the moment on this way up the climb here. This is coming towards the plateau of the Vessel Rock climb. You can see you come over the top, it levels off, and then there's this really cruel 200 meter. He punches the air in delay. Xavier Maillard is going to take away the points, and now if that polka dot jersey is his target, he has the opportunity to take a bit of a breather before the next climb, because that's right at the end of the race. But with a gap, with a time gap that is substantial, do you make the chasers work hard to get back up? This is going to be very interesting indeed. How hard you work, how much effort you put in, and let's see what comes as you keep on pushing. So as these riders make their way in through, Brent Gibson in second place at the moment, then Escobar followed by Lipka and a Truba. You can just see making the way up here, just coming up over the top of the climb section here. And the climb point of the Vessel Rock climb, absolutely critical. This is the leading group of riders through, and Category 6, 13 riders going through pretty much together, and then a gap of what is going to be 22 seconds to Andrew Bain in 14th position. So realistically now we have 13 riders at the front of the Category 6 race, and those 13 riders are basically, I would like to say altogether, they're not. It is basically 12 and a 1. But Xavier Maillard, if he's thinking about doing a solo time trial to the finish of this race, good luck, sir.
Well, what I can say is fabulous to see just how hard every racer works on the Sunday Race Club. And Maillard, we saw him coming to the top of that climb. Junior Silva on our screen at the moment. Another really, really strong rider. He took 4th place last week, and he's in this group chasing the lone leader at the moment. Escobar is with him as well. So great to see him in the mix as they come on to the Vessel Rock Plateau. Now, there are short climbs, there are short descents, and there are flat sections on the top. That's where we're going to leave Category 6 at the 14.6 kilometre marker, because Category 2 are about to come out the pen.
Indeed they are, and again, a number of squads putting in the requisite number of riders for that team competition. We may be saying this a lot and sounding like a stuck vinyl record, but it's for a reason, because riders need to remember this. Each and every final we see teams without enough riders. Make sure you get 3 riders. Teams who've done that: Glorious Victis, Jakob Björklund of Sweden, Nathan Guerra from the United States of America, and Todd Allen Young of Sweden have done it. Level Elite have done it. Jamie Cahill from the UK, Nicholas Becker from Denmark, and Isa Niederhauser also in a team of 3. Team of 4, the smartest, Bankston Theme, Jochems and Walter. We have the Hitmen with Graves, Forster, Koistonen and Nair. The UAE Falcons, Altanaji and Hamden. The UAE Clan team, well, Mr. X100, Pavlo Popovic and SS on very familiar roads that we have raced here in Alula for a long time. Some of our oldest riders on the platform in terms of the amount of racing and riding they've done. Well, it's a different way round. We've got different way of stitching the courses together, and that variety always makes for interesting racing, keeping it fresh, keeping it new. At the moment, one rider deciding that you're not going to get an easy start. It's Esprit Ibrahim
Mm-hmm.
on the move in Category 2. Great to see Esprit Ibrahim, one of our really aggressive riders,
Yes.
and a rider who really likes to animate the racing.
He does indeed, and it's always great to see him. We're going to drop in with him as well, and he's up and out the saddle, enjoying leading the race and making everybody sit up and go hard out of the pen.
Well, a rider from Morocco in that Moroccan jersey on the front here, out of the saddle. And I hope he realises he's making everybody else's legs sting from the word go here. He's got the cap on, he's got the casquette, he's got the smart kit. Red and black's always one of my favourite colour schemes to ride in.
Really?
Yes, a strong colour.
Well, Zach Nair took the win here last week. Ospina was second, Mendakowicz third, Bjorklund fourth, and Walter fifth. Now, not quite as tightly packed as the Category 3 race, but 7 seconds did indeed separate the top 11 in the Category 2 race. Now, Olivier Simmons was the man of action last week, forcing a breakaway very, very early on.
Indeed, powered by the Bjorn Borg headband, 1980s headband Appreciation Society. President of that is Ollie Simmons.
Could you be nice to people when you come back?
No, not always. I think it's a strong. I'm just jealous of having enough hair to be able to put it with a sweatband on. I have to say, Ollie Simmons is Bigley Simmons, one of the really, really great people that we get to watch. And I've got to say thank you to everybody in the pain caves who puts those cameras up on a regular basis. We do try and get to as many as we can. And I'm sure we'll see Ollie basically when there's more action unfolding. At the moment, it's already started.
Yeah.
And Esprit Ibrahim has already triggered what seems to be. I'm not sure whether all these riders have they all got an appointment somewhere because they're on the move
really
early.
Interesting is where we see an early checkpoint, and this first checkpoint at 5.2k. Category 2 particularly, we often see a breakaway group go for that first checkpoint. Sometimes they get a big enough gap to stay. Benjamin Brignall on our screen at the moment, the rider from Canada, not part of that breakaway group. He's part of the chase group at the moment. He's sitting zone 3 comfortably in the pack in the draft, waiting for somebody else to do some work to close it down.
I just want to know, how tall is Benjamin Brignall?
I don't know.
That seat pin was up a long way. And
maybe it's a small bike.
It was a smart bike. He must be a giant. He's really tall. Again, jealousy coming into play. One man I'm very jealous of because this man is an absolute legend. He gets to work with some of the future stars of the UAE cycling. He's seen them all come and go. He's encouraged them. He's coached them. He's inspired them. And he's still smiling on the other side of it as well. He even put up with Emma and myself when we were over at the World Championships going out around the circuit. It was great to see all of the riders at the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club there, and got to say a big thank you to them for their hospitality, and to Ivan Yuki. Ivan, a rider today who I think it needs to surf those wheels
until the final climb.
Yeah, he'll need to be like he was born with a surfboard underneath his feet. He really does.
Interestingly, the lead group here, 3, 6, 7 riders. Maciej Mendakowicz now on the front of the group behind now. That's not a surprise. He does like to close a gap, and he doesn't like to not be in the leading group. So Mendakowicz and Troy Janowski now chasing hard from the group behind, but it is a quality leading group of 7.
It certainly is, and I think that's a very dangerous move that will bear close scrutiny a little bit later on, because we need to get our Category 1 riders, the elite riders, underway. With a number of teams on your screens at the moment, the Boss Moves Only squad bossing it with 3 riders: Jason Osborne of Germany, Michael Knudsen of Denmark, and Michael Fink of New Zealand. Of course, Jason Osborne, the current world champion. Bjorn Andreasen, Hayden Pucker, and Johan Noren of the Farm Watt squad, also in a team of 3 here today. Denmark, the United States, and Sweden represented by the riders on the Farm Watt squad. Alpha Joel represented by Vujasin and Jones, and the HCNSVE squad represented by Wu. It's time to go off and racing. It is our final race start in our qualifiers for September. Qualifier race number 3. Race that precedes the monthly finals next week. all of our riders now leaving the pens. Category 1 on to the race route. And congratulations or commiserations to Ika Morel on moving up into Category 1.
Yeah,
My
he's been there for
me.
a few weeks now.
I know. I haven't had the chance to say commiserations to him on or congratulations on moving into the very top level, because it's always harder.
Well, you know, he's on some fantastic form at the moment, and it's absolutely brilliant to see. And I'll tell you something, it is also brilliant to see Johan Noren back on the Sunday Race Cup. The Swedish mountain biker who drops in and drops out according to his mountain biking schedule, but it is brilliant to see him here. Part and parcel of that Swedish squad for the semi-finals of the World Championships. And we know he's a great climber and has gone off the front of the pack already. Jeffrey Miller, the rider from France, closing it down. Pedersen behind at 4 seconds, but Noren on our screen at the moment. You can see him up and out the saddle in the pain cave, just dancing on those pedals and extending the gap coming out of the pen. The pack are having to chase behind. He's making them work at the start of the race. He's not someone that you let go.
No, I would, at your peril, let this man go down the road.
Well, last week, Ollie Jones out-sprinted the world champion Jason Osborne by 0.9 of a second. It was a fabulous finish. Ollie Jones, I've been talking to Georgina Jones this week, Ollie Jones's wife.
Yes.
Congratulations to the Joneses on the arrival of young Hugo, who arrived on Sunday last week, on Sunday the 14th, 12 hours before the Sunday Race Club race, where Ollie Jones went and beat the world champion. So, number one, congratulations on the birth of young Hugo.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. Well,
congratulations for him being born on a Sunday. Obviously, bodes well for the Sunday Race Club in the future.
Yes, indeed. Future participants, feel free to add to the number of riders in the future.
Congratulations to Ollie Jones for 12 hours after being there for the birth of his son. Drops into the Sunday Race Club and wins. There he is on your screen, the new dad.
Yeah, I hope you're managing to get some sleep, Ollie, on the way through. Another member of the Sweatband Headband Association. And Ollie, I think you're incredibly brave on racing immediately after all. Maybe making the most of the chance. Yeah, probably on the adrenaline. It was a great sprint. And Ollie really has proved to us. I mean, when he first started on Sunday Race Club,
a long time ago,
I didn't have him down as a sprinter per se. But now, no, he's got a great kick on him, but not to have the sort of sprint that he's got at the moment. It's like he's just unlocked. And you know, when you play on a computer game and you unlock a new level and you get extra bonus,
you go from seeing 14 to 15 to 16.
No, you unlock something else, and you know, like you do a mission on MyWhoosh and you get the superb bike and a jersey because you've done the mission. It's like Ollie Jones has been on a mission on MyWhoosh
and has unlinked a phenomenal
and he's
sprint.
unlocked even more sprint power and an even more explosive sprint.
Well, I'll tell you someone who's been on form over the last couple of weeks as well, and that's the young rider Paul Skierski. He took the climb competition in Belgium last week. He took the climb competition in Wollongong the week before. He is a young rider on a mission to climb strongly in the Category 1 pack, and he is achieving that goal.
Certainly is. Really talented all-round rider, and I think riding smarter and smarter on.
Yes.
Don't listen to this, Powell. If you've got this on in the background or you're watching later, just switch this next few seconds off. I think he's really riding smart.
Yes.
He's playing the game of not chasing everything that moves. And when he first came on, he kind of chased everything that moves, like you do, because you don't know what you need to follow. But he didn't, and he's let other people do the chasing. He's got the potential to be a future Michael Vink.
Well, Michael Vink is on our screen at the moment. You can see the sun shining out of the window. He's in the chase pack at the moment, covering the moves and sitting in the draft, needing to work on the descent. The pack are rolling over 70 kilometres an hour on the descent, and he's with a wide range of riders. Now, in the mix, because we've not done this yet, 36 riders on the start sheets in Category 1. We've seen Malur in action. Berlin is here. Morel is here. Paradines is here. Lewis, Khan Kayan, Flubus, Leonard Tugels, Masit Skierski came up over this month as well into Category 1. Peter Milostic as well. Thomas Thrall, the Canadian champion, in the mix as well. And Carlos Ramirez. Now, Michael Knudsen, for me, is one of the riders who's been riding strongly as well recently. And Hayden Pucker has had, well, he's had two really good races. He finished 4th last week. Jones in 1, Osborne in 2, Knudsen in 3, Pucker in 4, and Wu in 5.
Well, let's see who's going to take the sprint on the first of our checkpoints, because they're on the way down here in category 1, and it's Adrian Alvarado who has gone on the offensive early. The Chilean rider has gone hard. He's kicking down, looking to take this away, but look who's coming up behind. Paradines is coming with that characteristic 15 watts per kilo sprint. Newbie sprinter Jones is there, but he's not clearly. He's left the lock at home for the extra power there, or maybe he's saving it for later as Paradines goes in through. Just taking a look at the checkpoint times. He goes in through. Paradines ahead of Gednes in second, Alvarado in third, Jones in fourth, Jason Osborne in fifth position.
Yeah, and I can confirm 30 riders going through that sprint checkpoint together in category 1, being led by Jasper Paradines. 5 minutes 51 of racing. Olivier Simmons leads through category 2 at that point. Nicolas Fournier, we watched him lead through category 3. Youssef Badeau leads through category 4. Joel Warren led through category 5. And Eduardo Suge led through category 6.
Wouldn't be a Sunday if Joel Warren wasn't leading a sprints competition at some point in the day. So good to see all those riders who will be taking away those sprint prizes. Remember, prizes on MyWhoosh equal in the men's and women's races. Prizes for the top 10 individuals at the end of the race, the top 7 teams, each and every finals in the month. Prizes for each of our checkpoints, and of course for taking away the overall wins in the sprints in the climbs as well. Tatu Goyston, one of our riders who knows this in, of course, inside out, and Tatu, definitely a rider who could go well today. I think he's got the surfing skills to stay in the draft. He's also, I think, got that, because yes, it's a climb at the end, but you still, I think it could be a small group coming into that climb finale. And if you're in that group, you're going to need to have a kick at the end after having climbed. And I think that Tatu has that. We'll see if that prediction will be proved correct, as we see more riders just taking a speculative look up the road from this main group. So the riders that you can see on the front starting to disappear
up. Big gap, isn't it?
They're looking to bridge across. They're aware of this time gap. It's starting to eke out, gets longer. And the thing is, the riders in front, they've now got a gap to the leaders, and going on to the climbers, we see Han Young Zhang.
Yes, and Zhang on our screen at the moment, and you can see local concentration wanting to stay tight in that pack. It's 29 seconds now to that leading group. Zhang, Nuki, Mundell all in the mix and wanting to stay. Now we see a launch off the front, trying to close the gap down and trying not to form multiple groups on the road. This is a danger point in the category 2 race.
It certainly is. Ross Fawcett very aware that the riders of the road offer a real danger. And in fact, now that gap's going out even more. Ibrahim and Kalman in that very lead group. And Ross Fawcett now says, right, enough's enough. It's time that we actually got our act together here and we started chasing here. So Fawcett now deciding that he needs to take this work on. Somebody's going to have to do it. He's going to make this a longer climb. And it is one of the things, if you prefer a longer climb, you go early, you push on, and he's brought another rider who does that, Mr. X100, with him. So the two riders really starting to push here early to extend the climb into the flatland beyond in terms of effort. It should, in theory, help bring the riders in front back, but they're not just out of sight. You need an X-ray machine to see through the mountain.
And it's a class group up ahead. So Van Eert, Kalman, those two riders, up ahead in that group. And Marcin Trojanowski now joining Fawcett and X100. He too wants part of the action. Tatu Koinsnen coming in, Matthias Van He coming into the mix as well. Those are not uncommon names. Those are the types of names we normally see in the top 5, but they've let another group go down the road, and the quality of the group down the road, it's got Bruce Bird in it. Bruce Bird has got to be one of the most attacking riders in terms of his style. It's got Phil Graves in it.
I was just going to say.
Jonas Bjarhead. It's a really, really class group that they know how to work together and they know how to keep the pace high.
And is today the day where we see in category 2, they've let the group go and you get to the point, it says attack after attack after attack. It never works. So you just think, I'm not going to bother chasing anymore. And everybody saw it at the wrong time. They've let the group go, and now they're in real danger here because those riders can climb. You can see them on the right-hand side of your screen. You've got Simmons in here, Ollie Simmons in here. You've got Corrales, you've got Graves, you've got Bird, you've got Ibrahim, you've got Kalman, you've got Bjarhead in here. It's just like it's a who's who.
And it's not a small
riders.
group. It's
No.
a 7-rider group. That is enough to have them working together and taking turns on the front and staying clear.
So it's time for our riders to commit. I think this is the time. I think it's the day. Qualifier race number 3. Today is the day. Commit to the move. Give it everything. Try and bring as many of those riders together. Sort out when you get nearer the finish. Sort it out on the final climb. But why not break clear? Why not push on now? That's how you're going to get quicker. You're going to get faster. That's how you're going to improve. And that's what's happening. We're seeing that move behind Mr. X100, along with Ross Fawcett, looking at that gap. They're looking at what can they do. Can they bring the group back in front? You've got some really cool heads behind. Either that or then they just don't have the legs to chase, because this group, whilst they are moving at a reasonable pace, it's not a flat-out mad panic chase. So we're just going to take a look in at one of those riders really focused here. Jakob Björklund on your screens. Trophies in the background. A very, very ordered pain cave there in Sweden for Jakob. Jakob sitting in this big block of the main peloton with riders trying to bridge up to the leaders. Riders being distanced off the back of the group as well. Category 2 living up to its usual...
scattered.
It's not a race where you just get attrition from the rear in Category 2. It's not a race where you just get aggression and attacks on the front. It's a race that it happens simultaneously, and riders can be distanced at any point from the front or the back of the group. They can be taken out of the group by a rider losing the wheel. They can see riders go up the road or not see riders go up the road, and that is where it's so dangerous. One man who I expect to be right in at the mix today, if there was a course suited to Simon Walter, this is it. The German rider can climb, but he likes to have a shorter climb. And I still think 5K at the end, it's a short climb.
Enough?
Yeah.
Well, we will see. Matt's...
Maybe if it's 3.725, it would be perfect.
Well, Simon Walter is Matt's prediction today. Keep your eyes peeled. In Category 1, Johan Noren is still on the attack. He came out of the start pen and really put a launch into the Category 1 race. We're at 10.7 kilometres and he's still out front. He's still up and out of the saddle. He's got an 11-second gap, and the Jason Osborne now coming to the front. But there's not a concerted effort. Noren coming in towards the base of the climb. This is the Vessel Rock climb. And, well, it's the first of 2 categorized climbs today. And Noren is going to be the first Category 1 rider into the climb with, I think, around a 14-second gap.
It certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Joel Lewis, Carlos Ramirez, Ricardo Paniza, Thomas Stroll, all hovering around the front of the pack here. But it's not a concerted chase. It's not big numbers here compared to Noren's 7.5 watts per kilo that he's pushing it out already. Category 1, the last riders to leave those start pens on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side of your screen, the leaders on the road, the Category 6 leading pack, and it is still a bigger group at the 27.8k marker. So 55k route there at 27.8, just over half race. This is, as we see at the sprint here at the top of the Vessel Rock climb from Bjarhead and Simmons. What they've got to do now, though, is regroup the leaders, the breakaway. They need to get Bird, Corrales, Graves, Kalman back on board, because 2 riders are doomed, I tell you, against the pack behind.
No, I think they will come back. So just to confirm, 7 riders in the leading group in Category 2. Jonas Bjarhead leads them through. Olivier Simmons in 2. Sanchez in 3. Kalman in 4. Bird in 5. Graves in 6. Ibrahim in 7. It's a 16-second gap back to Ross Fawcett X100. Coinston and Van He, they are the next group on the road. Then it's a further 5-6 seconds back, and Jan Kaplinski is leading the charge.
Well, we'll see whether Kablinski can make his way back into the group. This group need to push, and there are riders all over the place now behind. Really interested. That gap that was out of sight and out of mind has been brought back
Look
down
at
again,
that.
but the damage has been done. The discs spread out along the race route, top right hand side of your screen on that radar view. And at the moment, this is Forza again pushing on here, putting in the effort, putting in those hard pedal strokes that see you bring groups back, see you close gaps down. Somebody has to do it, or that group are going to go. And they need really to either make their mind up, get across, take a few riders. I mean,
Ibrahim is off the back, actually.
Yeah, he is. He just got distance on that climb. Fawcett, Coiston, and Van Heat missed X100. Five riders work together. They could go across, make that a group of 13. That's race winning.
Well,
that is a race winning group.
Personally, I actually think the 6 riders at the front is a race winning group.
Oh, it's a long way to go.
Yeah,
that's a bold prediction.
But, you know, it is a bold prediction. Sometimes fortune favours the brave, and Matthias Van Heer at the moment up and out the saddle and pushing on here. They're 6 seconds clear of the main bunch at the moment, but the Category 2 race is all over the road. Riders out the back, riders off the front, main bunch chasing. But the riders they're chasing at the front of the race are 21 seconds up the road. The race is at 15.1 kilometres. It's a 55-kilometre course today. They're on the top of the Vessel Rock. They're about to go through the Vessel Rock sprint checkpoint shortly. That's the next checkpoint ahead of them, and it's a 26.6-kilometre run to the next checkpoint on the road.
That long middle section is a section that Category 1 have yet to reach. They've yet to reach the summit of the Vessel Rock climb. This climb that takes them 2.5 kilometers of uphill through the canyons, through the temples, and through the tombs here, cut into the rock, a bit like a scene from a Lara Croft movie.
It's a lovely, lovely bit of track, this.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, there are little bits and pieces and certain places, I think, on some of the routes that I just absolutely love. This is one of them. But Michael Vink at the moment leading the charge here. Yunfei Wu is here. Niall Pedersen, Paul Skierski, Hayden Pucker, Lionel Vuyasin in the mix with Ollie Jones. Johan Noren now distanced. He was our early rider who set the pace in Category 1. He's 7 seconds behind the back of this group. And you can see the top right-hand corner of your screen, riders all over the road. Lionel Vuyasin on our screen in the moment in that Alpha Jaw kit. Do love that jersey. But Lionel Vuyasin right at the front here. Andreasen, Vink, Jones, Van Elst, Tugels all in the group. It's still a really good-sized group.
But we are losing riders. We are losing 1s and 2s off the back. There's a long trail of riders behind. You've got to be right at the front. This is the very best of the Sunday Race Club. It's Category 1. It is going to be a real fight to the finish. Jason Osborne, the world champion, is the rider who's leading this as the run into the climb checkpoint. He goes underneath the polka dot arch that signifies the checkpoint position on our race route here today. As he goes underneath that banner, he collects maximum points. Behind him, Andreasen, Wu, Vujasin, Van Elst, Peterson go in through. You can see the winners of each category on your screen at the moment, and going through pretty much in time order, not huge gaps between each of these riders, because between each of these groups' times, because it's relatively early on in the racing. Quick reminder, that Vessel Rock climb coming at 13.5 seconds. Osborne leading the Category 1 group through, but it was a good-sized group. What was that main group made of?
15 riders. Shall I give you a heads up as to who's in it?
Go on, then.
So Jason Osborne leading through Category 1, Bjorn Andreasen, Yunfei Wu, Lionel Vuyasin, Stefan Van Elst, Leonard Tugels, Niall Pedersen, Jasper Paradians, Michael Knudsen, Thomas Thrall, Ricardo Panizza, Hayden Pucker, Paul Skierski, Ollie Jones, and Michael Vink. All in the leading group. They are 32 seconds ahead of Johan Noren and Kel Power.
That's a minimalistic answer.
There you go. So up and over the first of our categorised climbs are Category 1. Right at the front of the race, Category 6, they were the first riders out of the start pen. 50 minutes of racing under the wheels, 31.5 kilometres into the course. They're on this transition section, coming up to the 7 rollers on the course that are, of course, very well known as the Alpha Hills section.
Dwarfed on the course profile.
They are absolutely dwarfed on the course profile, but Gregor Gasek is coming up to those sections. Joshua Kalangad and Orlando Montoya leading the charge behind.
That's not a charge.
And I was about to say
that's a roll along the road.
I was looking to use the word charge, and then I looked at the group, and unfortunately the word charge came out of my mouth as I looked at the group, leading the rolling pack behind. How's that? Better?
The coffee chatter behind.
Well, there's no coffee chatter in Category 5 at the moment. There's a 30.5 kilometre marker. There's attack. Because look at the size of the group. They're at the 30.8 kilometre marker. They're actually not too far behind. But David Young, Wilhelm Tuft on the move, Bruno Fernandez, Matt Smithson, Jeremy Horn, Vladimir Toro all in there. Matt Monroe, Lenador in the mix as well. But the push really coming on the front. And the reason why? Look at the size of that Category 5 group.
It's disgustingly huge. It's unnecessary to take that many riders this far into a race.
Positive terminology, please.
There's nothing positive about having a massive pack when you want to win a race.
Well, it's great fun for us because we get to see potentially a sprint finish. But Matt Monroe, Lenador, in his pain cave at the moment, I always love the number of bikes behind him when he's racing. It's
I like the variety of sizes of bike in the background
family
as well.
Riders.
Yeah, it shows a whole family around. It's great to see. Good to see Matt in action, one of our riders who really entertained us on the MyWhoosh Championships. Absolutely fantastic. The $1 million US prize funded championships, 7 stages across 8 days, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of riders making that race what it was. Brilliant event, a brilliant race, and really for me showcased just what cycling esports is all about and what MyWhoosh is all about. All of the riders verified as they are on Sunday Race Club, all of the riders having to compete in fair racing, and there's none of this going out. It's a bit like, I always like to think that that riding on the Sunday Race Club is a bit like when you ride on the road or off-road and you've got Strava running and you have a group of friends on there and you know that all those group of friends are riding the same kit as you, that nobody's just left it in the back of the car or driving around with it collecting Strava segments, which is what you can find in, and that's the same as a lot of the racing. Sunday Race Club, every rider is scrutinized. Every rider has to go through verification. Every rider is weighed. They're putting in those videos. They get the dual power. You've got that assessment of what they're doing, and you know that you're racing fairly against people. And we had that on the MyWhoosh Championship. All of those riders putting in those efforts, really giving it everything. Henry East, one of the classic examples, a rider that we always know is going to give it absolutely everything. A man with that South African jersey in the background. I'm sure you interviewed Alan Hatley from South Africa, the men's cross-country mountain bike world champion, defending his title, didn't he?
I did interview him, yeah. That was last Sunday. But Henry Yeast, I tell you.
Do you think Henry Yeast has the look of Alan Hatley about him?
I think
he does.
He has. He's a really good rider, and he really races strongly. And he took that sprint competition last week in that men's race on the Sunday Race Club. I always think he looks really focused, really considered when he's riding, and really in the zone, so to speak, Henry Yeast. And it's always good to see now Gonzalez, Cadiz, all in the mix here. But the pack is, they've caught a group of Category 5 riders. They are rolling strongly at the moment at the 30.3 kilometre marker. This is the flatland transition before they get to the Alpha Hills. Cadiz et al. Keeping the pace high on the front. So really good to see. Hoy is in there. Clendeland is in there. Clendeland doing really well in the climbing competition at the moment. The first rider leading the Category 4 pack up to the top of the Vessel Rock climb. Good to see him repeating that from last week. James Robinson, Darren Lim, all in this group. McTari, Van der Zandt in here as well. Riding strongly Category 4, sweeping up some of the Category 5 riders on the road.
So don't forget, these riders who start after, able to catch, able to draft, able to make the most. If you're being caught as well, jump in, jump on board, make the most of that draft. It can be the difference between the categories of being in the draft or being in the wind on the front of the group. So our riders on the way through this transitional section. The next riders to get to the checkpoint is the face rock sprint is going to be our riders in category 1. It looks like at that sprint that has been taken by Jasper Paradians from Niall Peterson, then Thomas Stroll, Michael Knudsen, and Stefan Van Els rounding out the top 5 and taking 5 points down to 1. Jason Osborne in the mix. That group of riders, though, at the moment, it's looking to me like it's 15 riders strong.
Well, it is. I'm just taking a look and
does
seeing
that not
how
mean
far
two have got
back. No, it was 15 riders
Yeah.
strong last time as well, but I was just taking a look to see what the gap back is. Joel Lewis and Christoph Flubus, Jeffrey Malure further back. But Lewis and Flubus, they are at, well, I think that's around 35 seconds now. So very much a 15 rider group clear, and well and truly clear now in that category 1 race.
Well, we'll see what transpires there. Interesting to see here, a little bit of a move just being made by Trent Stevenson, Henrik Oyer, with Andre Kadetsi on his way across at 3 seconds clear of Walter Clays, Backer and Ridley behind. So another little kick just coming off the front here. Making their way up here, and at the moment just shy of that 30-kilometre marker. Category 2, I've got Bruce Bird, Phil Graves, Lexi Kalman et al. And that leading the group still with the gap and working strongly together. Graves and Bird probably, I mean, apart from sounding like some kind of 1960s sitcom, Graves and Bird at the moment are doing an amazing job week in, week out of animating the racing. I really love the fact that they're prepared to have a go.
But if you've got a leading group of 6 riders, I would pick Graves, Bird and Simmons definitely to be in that group. And they are
Kalman.
Indeed. They're joined by Corrales, Kalman and Bjarhed. You couldn't ask for a better mix. They've got 18 seconds now on Fawcett and X100. Those 2 riders in the middle of the leading group and the main group.
But they would be in my pick.
Who? Fawcett and X100?
Yes, they would be in my pick as well. I'm not sure who I would deposit out of that pick, but they would be riders I would want to be in that group because Ross Fawcett will work and Mr. X100 will work and they want to break away. They want to make this hard for the sprinters. They want to make this racing tough and they are always on the move. And I think that in some ways that is to their disadvantage as well because they're always targets for being pulled back because when they go down the road, everybody sees them and goes, can't let them go. But it's happened today, and they have gone, and our riders like Mastiff and Dakowitz now going to be left going,
well, this group are around
how hard do I work?
40, 45 seconds back on the leading group.
And we are still a long way from the base of the climb. The final climb is 5.1k in terms of the climb checkpoint. The climb checkpoint coming 500 meters before the finish. So at 49k, we start going uphill. Until we reach that point, we've got a sprint on the way. We've got a few bumps like the Alpha Car Hills out there, but relatively tranquil in terms of terrain. If not in racing, because this is Sunday Race Club and there's always somebody waiting to have a little bit of a pop. Now, just in with Jan Zasbeck at the moment. Good to see. In the pain cave, a very neat pain cave there, very tidy indeed. I'm quite impressed with that. And I like the skylight as well.
Yes, a light room, always
daylight.
Conducive, though I have to say some of our riders riding overnight, so who knows what time of day it is where they are. But at the moment, yes, Becca, on our screen, part and parcel of the pack. And this Category 2 race, one of the newer riders to the Sunday Race Club, and boy, is it a race of attrition and a fast-paced tactical race today to be in the mix. Mikhail Shurin in there, Daniel Mundell in there, Nathan Guerra on our screen as well. The air conditioning unit, you can see it in the background. Guerra, it is still very early in the morning where Nathan Guerra is. He's in the pack, he's in the bunch, and he's racing strongly. But the group are down the road, and what do you do right at this very moment in time? I think the only option is to sit in the pack and wait till the final climb.
Do you know Nathan Guerra's not yet won a Sunday Race Club? It's quite incredible. No, 3 second places, a third place, a fourth or 5th place, but never yet taken the win, which I find incredible because he's always there or there. He's always aggressive. He's
always in the mix.
and he's riding incredibly strongly at the moment, and great to see him in action and racing. Good to see Ross Fawcett back, coming, but really back to form here at the right time, coming into what is the Northern Hemisphere winter, because I think he's going to really excel this winter. I'm really looking forward to that. The Northern Hemisphere winter brings a raft of riders in the Northern Hemisphere who go, it's cold, it's horrible, it's wet outside, pretty much like outside here today, and they go, time to race indoors, and you get this sort of swell of Northern Hemisphere riders joining the riders from around the world, and I think it just changes the mix of riders about.
Well, let's just remember, mix of riders around the world. It might be colder and wetter in the Northern Hemisphere, but also we see a huge group of riders from where it is too hot to ride outside.
Yes, indeed.
And then we see a huge group of riders who choose to only race indoors as well.
And that's one of the great things, isn't it, about MyWhoosh and the Sunday Race Club, because we're here 52 weeks of the year, because we have things like the MyWhoosh Championships, we have the World Championships with MyWhoosh, the UCI's cycling esports partner for 2024, 25 and 26. We see great competitions and the chance to race the World Championships, public qualifiers. So everybody got the chance to race to see if they could qualify for those semi-finals. The semi-finals are coming up. They have not yet announced the full list, and by they I mean the UCI, because it's currently with the UCI and the national federations. They have to select their riders, they have to confirm the riders. There's a lot of paperwork behind the scenes going on. Once that's done, those start lists for the semi-finals will be out. We know the courses, we know the race route, and you can ride them. And this is one of the great things. You can't go, most people can't go to Kigali and ride the road race. They're not going to go to Champery and ride the downhill track, because basically...
you wouldn't want to.
No, I haven't been there.
That is so steep.
You can't go... Most people can't go and ride at the Copenhagen BMX track. But what you can do on Cycling Esports is you can go ride the 3 stages that make up the World Championships for Cycling Esports. And there's a mission on MyWhoosh. If you haven't seen it, really get on board with this. It's a brilliant challenge. The MyWhoosh mission, it is really simple. It's a race to glory. There's 2 simultaneous missions going. There's the Chasing Rainbows one, which is based around the road courses of Kigali, but we've got the race to glory, the recon mission. So basically, to get out and go ride on all 3 stages. They are going to be run in the same order that they're going to be at the World Championships. You've got 3 back-to-back. You've also got individual stages in order, but you've also got a whole lot of mountain elimination racing up the mountain, and to see how far you can get before you get shut down.
And there are separate women and men slots as well. So if you want to go head to head with a group of women, or if you're one of the male competitors and you want to see how you're doing as well, there are separate races as well as those stages on rotation. I, for one, will be locating my bike and putting it back on the turbo and dusting it off.
Why is it on there anyway?
Well, I've had a fair few weeks off because I've been working. So I'm going to be dusting it down and putting it back on because I want to ride those routes this week.
Well, we will have to see if you can jump on board and ride. You never know. Get in touch with @biking_Emma. You never know. You might be able to twist her arm to let everybody know when she's going to be riding.
No, I'm going to be very slow. I've not been on the bike for 7 weeks.
How many?
About 7 weeks.
My goodness me. That's good. Is that a record?
It probably is, actually. Yeah, I've had a lot of work and I've been to numerous different countries and it's been absolutely fabulous and action-packed, but it does mean I haven't been on the bike. So it's going to be a long, slow trawl back to fitness.
So if you want a long, slow trawl up the mountain elimination course or on any of the other courses, do get in touch with @biking_Emma and let her know when you're going to be riding. You never know. She might go and join you for that extra piece of motivation, because you can't beat riding with friends. And don't forget, you can jump on board MyWhoosh, get that mission ridden, and there are some rewards. So you get the badge, obviously, on MyWhoosh. MyWhoosh Info will have that badge as well. And you get a fantastic Colnago Fleur de Lis C68, a special bike. Now, I like the C68. It's one of my favourite bikes, although I do have a hankering for Michael Vink's bike that we saw in his pain cave,
it's very
I have to
lovely.
say. It is indeed, and one of the young riders around here has actually got an X-Team bike from the UAE.
Yes.
It is an absolutely gorgeous machine.
He let me pick it up, and it was like holding a feather.
He brought it to the studios because he knew that we would be really interested, and we didn't really get much work done for half a day, did we?
No,
It was supposed to be a preparation day, and all we did was
we
geek out on his
admired the
bike.
bike.
Yeah. Well, whatever bike you ride, however you get that power down, jump on board and ride. Join Fabian Tapia, who's still looking cool, calm, and collected
It's one of
at
my
the moment.
picks for today.
No pressure, Fabian. Don't worry. Emma is good at picking winners, but you are allowed not to win just because she says you should do.
Well, Tapia part and parcel of this leading group in Category 5. They're at the 40.3 kilometre marker. They're around, 14.6k from the finish at the moment. And Tapia, Bain, Young, Roy, Milostic, Braun, all in that group. Matt Smithson is there as well. He's riding really well at the moment, Smithson, which is great to see. Hanley is in the mix. He's another rider who could go well today. And Joel Warren is there too, getting stronger and stronger. 10 kilometres back down the road after 41 minutes of racing is the Category 2 race. And X100 and Fawcett, they're now 17 seconds back off the leading group, 26 seconds off the chase group. They've moved across. So last time we were with them, they were pretty much 20 seconds from the front, 20 seconds from the group. They are closing very slowly the gap to the leading group of 6 and extending the gap back to the main pack. Well, you've got six categories out on the course at the moment. We've got 4 categories on the screen. Category 1 were the last group of riders and racers away. They're at the 27.3 kilometre marker. We're in with Michael Vink. You can see him on the bike with the big screen in front of him. The pack are rolling strongly here. Jones, Osborne, Wu, Van Elst, Vink, Pucker. Michael Vink around zone 3 at the moment. Heart rate 148, just dropping there as we are in with him. And dropping quite significantly as well. Well, the steady state pack on this section of road in the Category 1 group, it's still a big group of riders, 15 riders in this leading group. Michael Vink, one of them. Now, Vink's starting to push on here at the moment. It's a bit of a flat section, but Vink now, wanting to keep the pace high.
No surprises there. Michael Vink wanted to make the race, keep that race high, and that's one of the things for me that we've got to remember. A lot of the riders, whilst this is racing, is also training. Your body doesn't distinguish between the two. You push yourself to the limit. You make yourself work hard. It's the best sort of training you can get is going out and racing, and it's specific to racing on cycling esports. And you see that with Mr. X100 here, and Ross Fawcett really putting in the effort. We see with Michael Vink making the racing hard.
But you know what's really tricky here, because Fawcett and X100 are doing a brilliant job here. The two of them really working well together, but they are staying pretty much equidistant between these two groups at the moment, because we've got a leading group of 6. So the 6 riders on the flat, there's more draft, more recovery, more pace available than the 2 riders doing the chasing. It's like having a 6-up team time trial squad versus a 2-up team time trial squad on the same course. That's exactly what's happening at the moment. And Fawcett is part and parcel of the 2-up team time trial, not the 6-up team.
Oh, he's getting a 6-up team every time. Well, I quite like 4 or 3. Yeah.
Well, okay.
But, right in between. Well, 6 is the problem with 6 is you're off the pace for too long for me, and then you're having to pick up the pace, and the efforts tend to be harder. And then with a longer rest, whereas with 3 or 4, you don't drop as much coming off. 2, like Ross Fawcett, my goodness me, a 2 at team time trial is one of the hardest races I think I've ever done. You've really got to pull something special out, and that's what we're seeing here. Mr. X100 and Ross Fawcett pulling something special out, because you've got to be right on the limit. You're going to be on the front for pretty much half the time, and the rest of the time you're trying to recover quick enough to be able to get back on the front and not get shot out the back the moment you come off the front again. Well, it really is hard.
Well, they're about to go into the Avquire Hills section. They're at the 32.5 kilometre marker, 44 minutes of racing done. This is the 7 rollers for those of you who have been out on in Alula on MyWhoosh. There's a small section, 7 rollers. Sometimes when we race on the Sunday Race Club, it is indeed a climbing section, and it's been used for the open qualifiers in the Worlds. So it is short, it is sharp, it is punchy. And coming at around the 33, 34 kilometre marker, there's a bit of fatigue in your legs as you hit them today. Well, I can tell you it's not done much damage to the Category 6 and Category 5 packs as they've gone through those sections already. Those two groups actually, only 500 metres apart. So Category 5 doing a brilliant job and they're sweeping up Category 6 chasers. The challenge is they're towing those Category 6 chasers back to the leading group.
They are, and that is the danger, isn't it? That the groups will come back together again because we've got this extra distance. Effectively, if you think of the race as starts and then middle and then the end section, the finale, the mid section of the races are all longer, particularly when the course is like this with a flat section in the middle. And that then means that if riders get caught and they can stay with the group, and we're seeing this here with the Category 6 with the Category 5, having Category 6 in there is helping the Category 5 with the draft as well.
Yep.
And that means that the groups are just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and swell in this middle section, particularly when there's nothing to break this up. I mean, it's a long way between those two sprint segments.
Yeah, it's 26.6k between the Face Rock sprint and the Newtown sprint checkpoint. This group now coming up towards that Newtown sprint checkpoint at 44.8k. They've got 800 metres to go. And ahead of them, the Category 6 leading group are literally about to go underneath the banner. And now, no surprise, Stefan Tigert is the rider pushing on here. That's the banner. He's pushing for this section as well. The pack behind, not really chasing at all. Happy to let him stretch his legs and go off the front and pick up those points.
So Stefan Tigert's going in underneath the banner there, making his way in through. As we take a little bit of a look back, you can see how close that Category 5 are to coming up on Category 6 here, because this is a run for the line. Jonathan Cridlin clear of Joachim Skretting. Skretting's going to go steaming over the top here like Cridlin was stood still. Joachim Skretting, he's got to keep pushing though, because behind he's got Thott and Warren, and Warren will not give in easily, but he's not going to be able to do this. He's on his way. He's going to pick up some points, but it won't be as many as Skretting. Skretting taking away top spot there in the Category 5. Skretting from Warren, from Thott, then behind. I think we're going to see the push come. Will it be Graziani? I suspect it will.
Well, just going to give you a heads up as to where we are in terms of those leading groups. It's looking like we've got Tigert, Gasiak, Silva, Gibson, Corver, Atruba, Escobar and Lipka, along with Maillard and Calangad, in that leading group in Category 6, which is 10 riders in the leading group in Category 6. We've just seen the Category 5 pack go through, and the push continues to come, but 29 riders still in contention in Category 5.
Let's jump right to the very sharp end of the Category 1 race. Hayden Pucker down the road at the moment by 8 seconds from a almost chasing Jason Osborne. Michael Vink very quickly onto the wheels. Hayden Pucker doing what Hayden Pucker does well. Putting in a big kick, going clear, breaking away, and then holding the pace and getting the power down. Really good to see that Pucker really coming into form at just the right time. Had the privilege of meeting Hayden Pucker at the Cycling Esports World Championships in 2024. Because we won't be there in person for 2025, so we're not going to get to see him. But it was great to see him last year at those World Championships. And I have to say, he was really, really, I mean, I probably want to say he was really green in the nicest possible way, because he was so fresh and so... It was lovely to see that youthful enthusiasm just to enjoy sport
also,
and enjoy life.
You have to remember, he's come into cycling esports relatively new, and his first big world stage.
And it was lovely to see.
It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Green in the nicest possible way.
Lovely young man.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm showing my age, but lovely young man.
You do sound like my grandma. My goodness me.
I'm probably old enough to be his grandma.
I'm not going to comment on that. The studio isn't big enough for me to run away.
Well, Hayden Pucker pushing on here and doing a really good job. He's been really punchy and really aggressive the last few weeks on the Sunday Race Club, and he really is coming into form. Well, Jason Osborne, the world champion, knowing how dangerous Hayden Pucker is, because the two of them have been training together, and Hayden Pucker has been over to Spain, where Jason Osborne has been spending the summer, and working with him. And they formed a really close friendship, actually, which is lovely to see.
And that's one of the great things about cycling esports, isn't it? I mean, we get people from all around the world making friends, meeting up with people, and we say that time and time again. It's really great to see when we were talking about going for a ride with Ivan Yuki. We get to meet people. Thank you, everybody who came up to us at the races. We've seen people like Pierce as well, Phil Graves. We've got to meet at races, and at the moment, good to see.
They're closing the gap.
Yes, 4 set of mistakes 100 down, got the gap down to what is 9 seconds.
9 seconds to BR and Graves. Yeah, the group.
Yeah,
I just wanted to do a check that I just wanted to check that the group was all still together. So they have been bringing it back. And what's been happening is Fawcett and X100. It was because you were talking about Ivan Nuki.
Yeah.
Fawcett and X100 have been closing the gap to this front pack of 6 riders. The gap back to the group behind is pretty much staying the same. It's around 35-40 seconds from this group back. Fawcett and X100 now 10 seconds off the back. In fact, they're coming into sight now. Olivier Simmons, part and parcel of this leading group, with Alexei Kalman, with Phil Graves, with Jonas Bjarhed. There's some really class riders in this. The group behind, though, at the back of the 3 groups on the road, the main pack, I'm quite often seeing Guerra and Hayland on the front.
And it's really the decision about whether the riders get on or not is not within the grasp of the 2 chasers. It's really up to the group in front. How do they want that support? Are they prepared to let those riders work hard and join, knowing that they've had to put an effort to get across, swell the group, put a few more riders in the group, and then keep going? Or do they want to go, do you know what, we're not going to let you in because we do not want you in at the finale, and we're prepared to work that bit harder now to stop you getting here? And it's that choice, that selection can be made at the front, because if the group in the front decide to go, the 2 chasers are not going to get there, no matter who they are, even if you're the world champion.
Can I just caveat? I'm not actually old enough to be Hayden Pucker's grandma.
Have you just done the maths?
I have. But he is exactly the same age as my son.
Okay. So anyway, enough of
Emma, just had to caveat that I'm not like 87. I'd be quite happy if I was fit and racing when I'm 87, I tell you.
I was actually having a conversation with somebody today about somebody who's racing in their late 70s, who's racing almost as fast as they were in their 50s and 60s today. But I'll tell you something, you could be any age and come and race. We do have all ages on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, from youngsters setting off to our older age categories. And don't forget, of course, if you do have kids in the house, then do get them on board MyWhoosh. Special new section of MyWhoosh being launched that actually means you can jump on board, jump on the website,
for under 18s.
Get in touch for under 18s, so that you can get your kids up and riding, get them fit, get them fast. You never know, you might have a world champion in your midst, in your own home. They may be the next world champion, the next Jason Osborne or Kate McCarthy.
You might ask, why do you need a online platform with a dedicated section for young riders? But taking safeguarding seriously online is really, really important.
I'm not going to even start this conversation because my soapbox has been put away.
That's it. That's all I'm saying. We're moving.
Brilliant.
It's
MyWhoosh, you are absolute stars for doing it and doing it properly.
Well, Phil Graves, Ross Fawcett, X100, they've done it. Congratulations to Ross Fawcett and X100. The commitment has paid off. They have caught the leading group of 6. It's now a leading group of 8 riders in the Category 2. I tell you, the commitment to that move, the dedication and resilience of those 2 riders, absolutely fantastic.
4 riders on our screen at the moment. Fabian Tapia on the left-hand side of your screen. Next to him, Rudolf Bertrand. And then we've got Michael Lenador and Daniel Dotto. 4 riders in this group on the move, heading towards the very front of the race. Timing is everything, though, because they're going to hit the front of the race as they hit the final climb here. This is going to make things interesting.
Well, can I tell you, that is going to be around 45 riders coming together at the base of the climb. It's the front of the Category 6 race, it's the front of the Category 5 race, and it's the chase group in the Category 6 race who were in with the Category 5 race, and everybody has now come together.
Not for long.
Well, I was about to say, as the road goes skywards at the Heritage Climb. You're right, Matt, it's not going to be long. I think we're going to start to see Category 5 move to the fore, but we've got a Category 6 flyer off the front.
We certainly have one rider looking to push on. It's the man that we saw on the climb, Xavier Maillard, putting everything into it on the Vessel Rock climb. But he can see the express train coming, and it's Mac Lenador who's gone. We just had him on our screens on camera, and the youngster has gone for this. He knows how far he's got to go. He knows he can climb, and he's gone early. He's hoping to catch Young and Co napping. Maillard at the moment sees them come sweeping past him, and now it's just about digging in deep and seeing what he can do. Can he go with some of the Category 6 riders who are in there? Look at the face of Maillard at the moment. Come on, Xavier. This is the push. Get yourself in that group. We're rooting for you. People at home are rooting for you. We want you in that group. You've been bold. You've been brave. You've given it everything. You've just got to hang on those wheels. It will ease. And remember, no climb goes on forever.
Well, that may be true, but Josh Lipka is working his way through the pack, you know. Josh Lipka, the rider from the USA in that Category 6 race, positioning himself well. Another rider positioning himself well is Matt Monroe Lenador. Look at this Category 5 rider racing up the Heritage Climb at the moment here in Alula, doing a sterling job, pushing on. Graciani is behind, Young is behind, Natari, Roy and Tapia at 10 seconds separating the group. Junior Silva doing a great job climbing in the Category 6 race. He's got Sebastian Escobar with him as well. So there's a battle going on behind, not just for second, third and fourth in the Category 5 race, but also for the win in Category 6. They've still got 4.5k to go, you know.
I know, we're getting all excited, and we've got to be a little bit careful. We don't peak too early. So the riders, Matt Lenador going off here, but this is because of the nature of this climb, you can either treat these flatter sections as a recovery micro rest.
Yeah.
Or you can treat them as somewhere to push on, depending on how you're feeling. I think that was an absolutely genius move by Matt Lenador's kickers. They came together. Everybody's looking at each other. There's riders all over the road. And you sprint off through. There's a leader up the road to disguise your positioning a little bit as well. Great move by him. Category 5 and Category 6 well into this climb now as Category 4 take the left-hand turn onto our road, onto the climb here. You can see they are going to be catching people pretty much non-stop all the way up this climb because there are riders dotted around the sinuous turns and the snake-like dirt on the side of the mountain that forms the Heritage Climb. Mohammed Mukhtari in this leading group. And again, this is the nervous moment. When is it going to go? How early is it going to go? If you're wanting it to go late, well, I've got bad news for you. It's already going.
It is indeed, and the push is on in Category 5. We've got some Category 5 riders coming back. In fact, there's Marius Fossi, the great sprinter in Category 5, just telling us his batteries have worn out as the Category 4 pack go past. Mohammed Mukhtari's batteries haven't worn out.
No,
he's got
great
good, cadence, fabulous cadence as he launches himself onto the climb and continues to work strongly. Robin Clendenin is looking out for this and really driving forward. He's done great in the climbing competitions here in Category 4 recently, climbing strongly in the mix. Darren Lim is there and James Robinson as well.
And that move that we saw by Mukhtari, by using the pedal res, by winding it up, it's all about power. You can either push harder on the pedals or you can turn them around faster with the same amount of power. He chose to turn them around faster. It's a different way of utilizing those muscles, and it saves you those big resistance, the strength, the explosivity for later. Now, I think that's really wise. That's somebody who's thinking about the long run here, not just about getting across that group, making that move. Clendinen at the moment right at the front of this race. Unger is there. Abello starting to move up. Muktari in the mix here. Pierre is in here as well. East is in the mix too. So this is really going to be where we start to sort out. We are dropping one or two riders, but it is not decisive yet by any means in Category 4. They are on to the climb. Category 3 are behind, and then we have the Category 2. The leading group in Category 2 making their way in. They're going to hit that climb. They're not that far off on the way in through. So the riders on the way up, heading towards the climb. At the moment, though, this group, 44K, well, they're soon going to be coming into our sprint checkpoint, and they've got to be thinking, well, am I going to be in for the overall, or do I need to just go for a sprint here? Olivier Simmons, Ollie's surely going to go.
Do you know, they're coming up for 10 kilometres to go now in the race, and Simmons been part and parcel of this leading group ever since it went really, really early on in this race today. Forced it in X100, joined later and swelled the ranks to 8 riders. At last time check, it was around 35-40 seconds back to the main group. I think they've established and gone even further. But at the moment, well, there's a couple hundred metres to go, and now we've got some competition because Simmons has launched and about to go over the top of Bruce Bird because Simmons wants the points.
Tell you something, Ollie Simmons can make sprinting look like a walk in the park. Just kicks his way up there, out the saddle, give it a little kick. Thank you very much. Checkpoint's mine. Ka-ching. Thank you. Let's carry on, shall we?
Let's carry on and move towards the finish. So the riders in that leading group, Simmons, Bird, Fawcett, Bjarhead, Graves, Sanchez, Kalman, and X100.
A real roll call of honour. What is the gap back behind? Well, at the moment, it's big enough for them to feel pretty secure. Meanwhile, Category 1, Hugels and Peterson with the pursuit from Knudsen, Wu, Elst and Osborne and co at the moment, waiting for this really to become anything decisive to happen. I think they're all very aware that it's going to be all about that last climb.
Yes, 15 riders in the leading group in Category 1. They're sweeping up Category 3 and Category 2 riders as they work their way through the course today here in Alula. They're at 42.6k, so they're just over 2 kilometres behind the leaders in the Category 2 race. And it's interesting to see, in fact, they're going past a number of really strong Category 2 riders who are taking it a little bit more easy today.
For Januski, I mean, there Kirsnowski as well. Just like, I get it, you can't race flat out all the time, but they're right in the mix.
Well, what I can tell you in that Category 2 race, because I've just got the time check now, it's around 45 seconds back to the chase group in Category 2. So 8 riders out front, 45 seconds back to the chase. It's a huge chase group. It really, really is. It's absolutely massive.
It could be as big as you want, but it could
but
be
it's
like
45 seconds. And not wanting to quote a world champion, but Alan Hathley last week said, when I got the gap to a minute, I knew psychologically a minute is too much to bring back.
Well, will there be a comparison, a parallel between cycling esports and mountain bike, or another one? Because we have lots of those across all of the disciplines. Remember, of course, cycling esports part of the World Championships controlled by the UCI, the Union Cycliste Internationale, and the cycling esports. There's one of its many disciplines, and the rainbow jerseys that are awarded. I had my hands on the rainbow jerseys last week.
Did you?
I did.
Don't get your grubby fingers on there. They're white.
Oh,
they'll mark.
It was the start of the day. Don't worry, I hadn't been on a bike or anything. So yeah, no, I got to have a little look. They were absolutely brilliant. And you can actually, if you really like the look of it, you can go out. And you can get some limited edition jerseys with rainbow bands to show your support of the World Championships. And you can actually get a limited edition Colnago as well, I think. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you're feeling like you want something special, then dive on board, you know.
Can I just tell you, this group are really, I don't want to use the word meandering.
You can. I think 38 kilometres an hour on the flat, when you are as good as these riders are, could be considered meandering. Nobody's going to leave it like that for long, and you can already see somebody's got itchy feet. Somebody's decided, you know what? I just want to get on. Maybe they got to get home for the dinner.
Well, Ollie Jones at the moment on your screen, just up and out the saddle, marching and covering the move. He was quite happy, sat zone 1, zone 2 until the cameras went on him.
It's a bit like when you're riding, when you're racing or you're riding and you come up on a group of people stood at the side of the road. You always try to put a little bit extra in, so you don't look like you just absolutely just.
Or all of a
limit.
sudden, the action happens when the commentator announces something.
Has been no. So Niall Pedersen, Bjorn Andreasen on the move on the front here. A real Viking attack on the front as they go in underneath the sprint here. Wheel to wheel as they came in through there. Just looking at the screens for an update. Andreasen going to take it from Pedersen as they came through. So looks like it's going to be the Dane in front of the Norwegian. But Norway with Martin Roster Ondal in Category 3 taking away the honours there. Belgium represented by Ollie Simmons in Category 2. Germany by Henrik van der Sant in Category 4. Sweden by Joachim Skretting in Category 5. And Belgium once again by Steven Tygart in Category 6. They're the winners of that particular segment. Category 1, we had 15 riders in the leading group.
We've got 14 now.
Who's missing?
I don't know.
Who's MIA?
Who's missing in action? Good question.
Yeah,
now I have to do a bit of work to actually work it out.
Well, whilst I'm thinking about Foo Fighters, let's look at the people fighting at the front of the race. Fabian Tapia has caught back Maka Lenador at the moment. So Tapia now on the move, going over the top of Lenador. Natari within 7 seconds. The rest of this race field, they have gone and been distanced. 53.7k covered. And at the moment, Tapia continuing to push here. He's got the gap on that early breakaway leader in terms of this climb. Mac Lenador, the rider that we're in with at the moment, Michael looking to respond. Natari riding at a good pace. The Italian rider at the moment still on the chase of the Filipino rider. They're all chasing Tapia at the moment, who's leading them up this climb. And at the moment, that race lead is looking good because Tapia is absolutely on a rhythm here. Now, we took a look at him earlier. At the moment, he's certainly making this look like it's going to be his. The rider from Chile on the top of your screen on the left-hand side there. The rider in second place. The rider below, Maka Lenador. And this is what we love about looking in the pay cave. We might adore the bikes. We might be looking at the interior furnishings at time, whether it's daylight or not. But what we want to see is the riders when they're right on the limit, when the race is coming down to the decisive moments. These are the faces. These are the people who are making it happen. They're the ones putting out those watts that are being measured and transferred to MyWhoosh that brings us this great racing.
Well, Fabian Tapia, the young rider in the under-23 category, still really now coming to the fore on the climb. He's such a strong climber. We saw that in the MyWhoosh Championships. Now, I understand Fabian Tapia and Joel Warren have both raced the junior Paris-Roubaix the same year.
Wow.
But Tapia and Lenador now pushing on, and Tapia coming to the fore on the climb. Lenador in 2, Natari in 3, Young in 4, Graciani in 5, Chubb in 6, Roy in 7. As this race comes towards the finale, they've got 900 metres to go. Just to confirm, it's Jasper Paradiens who's missing from the front group in that Category 1 race. But right now, coming towards the top of the climb today here in Alula, it's Category 5 and Category 6 are not that far behind.
So a quick reminder for everybody, the climb segment finishing at 54.5 kilometres, 500 metres from our finishing line at 55 kilometres here today. So we'll see the climb banner first. That should be Fabian Tapia who's going to go through that first. It will then be the finish line that we're looking for some 500 metres later at 55 kilometres. Solo leader at the moment by 9 seconds. Fabian Tapia on the right-hand side of your screen. He's going to come underneath the Heritage Climb checkpoint, underneath that polka dot archway. That will give him the points in that. He'll take that segment prize away. Behind him, Lenador still working hard. He's clear of Natari, but Fabian Tapia knows he's into the last, what is now going to soon be 400 metres. So we got 400 metres to go. for the race leader from Category 5, pulling back the Category 6 leaders. Great riding at the moment.
So Fabian Tapia pushing on the younger rider in the Category 5 pack on your screen at the moment. Matt Monroe, Lenador on the charge in second. There's 11 seconds separating these two riders at the moment. But Tapia really working and working strongly. The rider from Chile really showing what he's made of. Lenador continuing to push, continuing to drive here. He's not out of this yet, but Tapia, he's got his eyes on the finish line. He absolutely is dialing this today here in Alula on the heritage climb. He's going to swing around the final corner. He's going to see the finish line. Lenador 10 seconds behind him. Fabian Tapia has climbed his way towards the finish line here in Category 5 on the Sunday Race Club. He's going to take the win today in qualifier race number 3 in the men's race here in Alula. Tapia takes the win.
Well, he punches the air in delight, and quite rightly so. That's his second win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, the first to win. Qualifier number 1 in August. He takes the win in Qualifier 3 in September.
Well, Matt Monroe, Lenador comes across the line for second place. A great ride from him. He led the charge early on the climb, and Tapia, the only rider to challenge him. Junior Silva and Sebastian Escobar go underneath the banner literally simultaneously. I'm going to have to do a double check of the results spreadsheet to actually work out which one went over first. I can confirm it's Junior Silva who picks up the points in that competition, but literally it's 0.03 of a second the difference at the climbing checkpoint.
So once they've just come through the climbing checkpoint and coming into these last few 100 meters, you can see Silva at the moment being distanced by Escobar. Very quickly bring you the result in Category 5. Tapia taking the win from Lenador in second, and Natari taking third, Gracia taking fourth, and Young taking fifth. Full results on MyWhoosh.com.
Well, Junior Silva on our screen at the moment. Cadence down to 56. The gradient is just shy of 8% at the moment. He's climbing his way into second place today. It's an absolute battle between Junior Silva and Sebastian Escobar in this Category 6 race. They've got Maillard and Lipka, Calangad behind, but Sebastian Escobar is going to come around the corner and see the banner. He's climbed away from Junior Silva on the heritage climb and takes the win today in Category 6.
Great riding by Escobar as he comes in through to finish his race. Another great ride by Junior Silva as well. A rider who we see giving absolutely everything week after week. It's always great to see him in that paint game because you can see the effort he's put in to this. He's going to be rewarded here with a second place.
He is indeed, and the effort and the work from Silva to come over the line. He's under the banner. He takes second place today in the Category 6 race. Now, Maillard has a battle behind with Calangad and Lipka for third, fourth, and fifth. But Darren Lim in Category 4 is coming into the final 150 metres. He's got a group behind, but I don't think they're going to catch him. They are at 6 seconds. Oliveri, Polaka, and Iran are behind, but Darren Lim at the moment is going to come underneath the banner to take the win in Category 4. Darren Lim, your winner today in Category 4. Oliveria, Iran, Polaka across the road, wide behind. I think it's Iran Arievi who's going to take second place. Oliveira is going to take third. Yes, indeed. Polaka takes fifth in that Category 4 race.
So Darren Lim taking his first win on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. First win for Sebastian Escobar on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club as well. Great to see them taking victory here today. Category 3 going underneath the Heritage Climber checkpoint. Kowalski's going to take that from Stegman. Bakker is chasing hard behind. And I think Bakker here is very aware he wants to lose Kansara behind him. He wants to lose Kond, Guarin and Howeiler and Bakker. I tell you something, it's not impossible for him to close this down and go straight over the top here. He's a figure of concentration here, and I think I mean, his avatar sprinting, but he's got more in the tank there. Look at the pace. How much do you want it here? How much do you want this rune? Do you want this win? You're going to have to work for it, but you've got to get this timing right.
Well, Nika Kansara is coming as well and coming hard from behind. Kowalski and Stenman, 1 and 2 at the moment on the road, are going to be joined by 3rd and 4th because Kansara and Bakker, the two riders with the pace at the moment, and Adam Stenman at the front now sees the danger. He's just 150 metres from the finish line, and the 3rd and 4th place riders coming fast from behind. So Adam Stenman picks up the pace as he swings around the corner. Stenman, he's going to see the finish line first, and he's going to sprint towards it. He sprints on the descent into that finish line. Stenman takes the win in Category 3. Kowalski, Bakken and Kansara are battling behind. It's going to be Kowalski who comes through in 2nd. I think Bakken is going to take 3rd and Kansara in 4th.
And I think that is
Honda in 5th as well. That was a quick move up that final climb.
Well, the last win as he came in for Stenman, his only win before today, that came in February in qualifier race number 3 in Belgium. He's now taken the 2nd victory on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club here today in Alula on the Heritage Climb course. A 2nd win for him today. So riders, a lot of new faces with this course coming to the fore, or riders who aren't necessarily prolific winners.
Yeah, and it's great to see. Also, a lot of new riders we've had on the Sunday Race Club recently. I did do a little bit of maths the other day. In the women's race field,
really.
In the women's race field, since January, we've had a 37% increase on average in the number of riders joining the Sunday Race Club. In the men's, it's 27%.
What an increase, and it just shows you just how good the racing is.
And we're continuing to increase. This month, September, the largest race fields we've ever had on the Sunday Race Club in both the women's and the men's races.
Something to celebrate, that is for certain. Who's going to be celebrating in Category 2? We're just at the moment in with Mr. X100 on this climb. You can see Corrales in front. Graves is behind. Kalman has been just about, he's pulling back onto the wheels. So is Simmons. It's yo-yo in here. This is not even close to all over. We have still got distance to go here in Category 2. Our breakaway group, do you know something? I'm going to be celebrating today because a breakaway has done it.
They haven't done it yet.
They're going to do it. It's not getting closed down for that gap. You do not put that effort in. I know they're coming. You can point at the screen all you want in the studio, whatever. But I tell you something, if you've worked in this breakaway, you've got to 53.5K. You've got to make it to 55. You're going to turn yourself inside out. You're going to be laid on the floor in the fetal position, absolutely in pieces, rather than give away a race-winning lead from a breakaway in Category 2, which is one of the hardest fought categories on MyWhoosh. What a race. And they've got to finish it off and take the win.
Well, Ross Fawcett on the bottom of the screen, Olivier Simmons on the top. Fawcett part and parcel of that two-man gap closing move with X100. Simmons part and parcel of the group that went early. X100, Corrales, Kalman, Fawcett, Graves, Bird. This is the leading group at the moment. Simmons, getting distance off the back. We're coming towards the final stages. There's 1,500 metres, 1,400 metres to go now. Biarhead is still there. Bird is still there. Simmons, the first rider to get distance. The chase group are 32 seconds behind and being led by Stuart Miller on the climb. Have the chase group got enough road to make the catch? I don't think they have.
No. One word answer, no. This is going to be the breakaways. It is that day that we always look forward to when it gets shaken up. Category 2 on the right-hand side. Just dropping in with Category 1, just seeing Michael Vick now on the move again. 8.5 watts per kilo. He's wanting to rip it up on the slopes of the Heritage Climb here in Alula. Going with him, it's his teammate Jason Osborne. Balskirski's answering it. So is Wu. So is Knudsen. So is Jones and Bucker. Andreessen just about holding the wheels. Interestingly, Vink went hard. Vink has not broken the elastic. It has not snapped. They're coming back onto his wheel. And I think with the yo-yo nature of this climb, with the way that the momentum swings back and forth, we're going to see this attack and close, the squeezing together, the expansion and squeeze. And it's going to take repeated pushes or a long push and have the fortitude to stay with it when it's getting tough, because that's what's going to break the race in Category 1. In Category 2, Fawcett and Mr. X100 on the front of this group, but they have got a stacked field lined out behind them. The gap is there. It's still holding at just under 30 seconds. This is the rise up. Take the left-hand turn. You've got the banner coming up as well. The polka dot banner's not far away. Oh, my goodness gracious me. So here we are, just watching this, taking a move up here. This is looking tough at the moment. Who is going to take this away? Ross Fawcett in all sorts of shades of pain on your screen at the moment. He's at home in the pain cave. We'll see what he can do here today.
Well, X100, Fawcett, Kalman, Corrales, all within 2 seconds of each other. Bruce Bird and Phil Graves, well, they are 5 seconds back. Jonas Bjarhed and Olivier Simmons now distanced from the front of the group, whilst in the Category 1 race, Michael Vink, Yunfei Wu, Jason Osborne, they've now got a gap of 7 seconds on the group behind. It's looking like Vink is leading the charge this week on the climb. So the Category 2 race, Fawcett now comes to the fore. He's got 550 metres to go. He's about to see the polka dot banner here for the Heritage Climb checkpoint. He's then got 500 metres to the finish line. We've seen Fawcett move X100 and Kalman. They are now 6 seconds clear of the group behind. Fawcett and X100, phenomenal racing. They closed the gap down and they have maintained the charge. They are strong today and they have proved that. They are at the front of this race. Fawcett, X100, Kalman, 4 seconds, 350 metres to go. Ross Fawcett on our screen at the moment. He's the rider leading the Category 2 race on the Heritage Climb. This is Qualifier 3 on the Sunday Race Club in September. He's got 250 metres to go. He's got the final part of the climb before the short descent, which gives you the run and the momentum to the line. Oh, the gap is now at 3 seconds.
Well, these riders continue to push. What they're going to do here today, it's continuing to move here. This is going to be so critical as they make the way up here. Coming through, Ross Fawcett leading, coming into the line here.
Well, Ross Fawcett is going to take the win today on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Cup in September. It's going to be his first win since 2024. Phenomenal work from Ross Fawcett, back on top in Category 2. It's been a long year. Kalman, X100 come in for second and third. The race is on. Phil Graves takes fourth. Sanchez Corrales takes fifth. Bird takes sixth. Miller comes through for seventh place. Stuart Miller, phenomenal climb from him. Just 16 seconds down at the line.
Great riding by Ross Fawcett. He took a win in that MyWhoosh Championship in Stage 2. And before that, quite incredibly, December 2024. Before that, there was another win in 24. And before that, it was 2022 when we had one race category. So everybody was together. I mean, it's incredible riding. He's not going to match this man, Michael Vink, charging, attacking, continually putting on the pressure. He's on the front of the race.
He is indeed. And Michael Vink on your screen at the moment, up and out the saddle, driving towards the finish line, because there it is. And Vink has ridden clear of the rest of the Category 1 race field today for the win in Qualifier 3 in September. Vink takes the win in Category 1. Osborne and Wu battle it out for second and third. Jason Osborne, the world champion, second place today. Yunfei Wu comes through for third. And behind, it's Knudsen and Skierski. Michael Knudsen has got Leonard Chugels and Paul Skierski behind him. But Knudsen has gone clear. He's going to take fourth place today in that Category 1 race. Leonard Chugels is going to come through for fifth. Paul Skierski takes sixth place. Ollie Jones is going to come through for seventh today. Hayden Pucker, I think he's going to take eighth.
Well, Michael Vink taking his 81st podium, his 52nd first place to take away the race win in 1 hour, 17 minutes, 46.416 seconds, putting the world champion into second place. Yonfei Wu into third, followed by Michael Nussen, the man with the most podiums in the men's race field with 92 to date, so still ahead of Vink on that one. Nussen comes through for fourth, Chugles in fifth. A fantastic race by them. You can see Ross Fawcett taking the win in category 2 ahead of Alexei Kalman in second place, Mr. X100 in third, Phil Graves in fourth, and Mateo Corrales in fifth place in category 2. Astounding riding as always as these riders come up the climb into the finish. Don't forget, all these riders getting those prizes for the qualifiers as individuals. When we go to our team competition next week, it will be about the win in the team competition, with Boss Moves only putting the riders in first, in second, and in fourth places today. And that shows you just how strong they are. Can anybody take the boss off and put them back on the work floor? Well, we have to see. It's going to be tough stuff for our riders. A fantastic way to wrap up qualifiers for September on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's always great to get back with your best mates, and that's exactly what I've had the pleasure of doing here today on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, joining my co-commentator and somebody who keeps me on my toes, Emma Martin, in the commentary box here today. I've managed to avoid getting anything thrown at me, which has got to be a record for the first day back. So do join us. Do make sure you're back with us for the next of our Sunday race clubs. That is next week. That's going to be our final. So team competition coming into play. Top 7 teams in each of our categories in the men's and women's races. Coming to you at the usual time on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel and on Twitch TV. Make sure you subscribe to MyWhoosh on YouTube to be notified whenever we go live. We'll be bringing you all of that race action. Thank you everybody who's subscribed already. Don't forget, of course, you can catch up with Emma Martin, Emma at biking_Emma on Instagram. If you want to catch up with me, well, the next time you can do that, that's going to be in about what is 5 hours time on the BMX finale of the BMX World Cup for the UCI. That's round number 6 coming from Santiago del Estero in Argentina. Really looking forward to that one to wrap up what's been some great racing. They only get to do 6 races in their World Cup. We get to do the Sunday Race Club each and every week. A pleasure to watch our riders in action. Thank you very much for joining us, and a big thank you to the team behind the scenes. But from myself, from Emma and everybody, stay safe. We'll see you for our finals next Sunday.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.